Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us start this conference today. Welcome to the Danube Institute. We are very much honored to have you all here today with us. Our mission here at the Danube Institute is to focus on topics that are widely discussed in society and relevant to current debates. With the closure of the USAID, the whole world has turned to one question: what is happening with aid? Now, the industry is redefining itself, so we thought here at the DEI, what a better way to contribute to the debate than to host an amazing conversation and a whole-day conference with our outstanding speakers from all across the world. Our main question today will be focusing on what is aid for in the middle of the 21st century. But I'm pretty sure you're all more interested in our outstanding speakers than myself, so I would like to invite Mr. John O'Sullivan, who is the president of the Danube Institute, to deliver his opening remarks.
I will be very brief because we have an extremely distinguished program and not as much time, as we will discover, not as much time as we would like. But I'm particularly glad to welcome you on this occasion because aid is an important question which has actually been a major question in Western foreign policy, in Soviet foreign policy during the Cold War, at the United Nations, and in all of the international organizations, which in one way or another, and there are very different forms of aid, have played a major part in our lives and in our taxes too. I want to suggest that the very first example of foreign aid, and in a way one of the most successful in promoting development, has been imperialism. My authority for saying this is Karl Marx. Karl Marx, you may remember, in describing the role of the bourgeoisie, which is of course the capitalist countries, is enthusiastic about the way in which they have transformed the world, in his view, for the better, by their enterprise, which they have imported from their own countries, and the techniques to the rest of the world via their empires. Now, I don't suppose Marx enjoyed every aspect of that work, but there is no doubt that as a kind of early modernist, Marx had no doubt that the world was getting better in those countries as a result of the enterprise of mainly Western countries, but not only those, of course. Secondly, although I don't therefore expect this view to become a general one, but I do think it's something we should acknowledge. The second element is, if we look at the end of empire for most countries, those empires were very different, and they therefore had different results. But the empires which were the most progressive did, by and large, leave societies that were more democratic, more liberal, in the good sense of promoting liberty of the subjects, and more likely to develop effectively with their own resources, of course, but also with help from outside. But the end of the Second World War, which brought about so many other changes, also brought about a major change in the relations between the empires, now slowly going out of business, and the countries, the independent countries they had left behind. And that led, through international organizations and others, into the aid industry, which was a significant part of international relations and Western economic development, as well as development in those other countries. It had some serious flaws. And interestingly, because we're in Hungary, the most trenchant critic of aid in those days was a Hungarian, Professor Peter Bauer, who had moved to England to study at Cambridge before the Second World War, and who afterwards became a significant figure in English economic and political debate. He wrote a number of books, and I was, in fact, a protege of his for a while. As a young journalist, we collaborated together. And his criticism of aid and proposals to reform it were really very radical, and in the end achieved a lot of agreement from the World Bank itself, which invited him towards the end of his life to actually develop a critique of their work. But his work has been summed up, not by him, as he admitted, as aid being a system of taking money from poor people in rich countries and giving it to rich people in poor countries. And though he said, of course, he admitted he never actually used that phrase, but he said it expressed perfectly what his ideas were. And the meaning of those words was slightly different, however, in his study. I want to quote a passage from an article which he and I wrote together, but it's his work, really, not mine. He was looking at the reason why aid was given and whether it could succeed. And he dealt with the question of the relief of poverty. He says, official aid has little in reality to do with relieving poverty. It goes to governments, and it's spent by politicians and civil servants. Its allocation is inevitably influenced by their personal interests and by the political objectives of the groups to which they belong. Is it surprising, then, that the beneficiaries of aid usually turn out to be those same politicians and civil servants, academics and businessmen close to them, and social groups which are connected to the government in some way, perhaps through tribal, family, or ideological links, or whose support is considered valuable? Only by accident are the poorest likely to come into any one of these categories. Indeed, the most indigent groups in less developed countries are largely outside the orbit of aid: Aborigines, Pygmies, and desert peoples. These groups contain many millions of people, but they are almost never mentioned in aid literature. In other words, in many respects, aid retarded development, and certainly democratic development, because it concentrated resources in the existing governments. Now, that was the distortion of aid that was eventually accepted, recognized, and guarded against, though never, I think, successfully prevented. What we're looking at today, and which I'm looking forward to these debates with keen interest, is the perversion of aid in another respect. And that is the use of aid money to attain political objectives which cannot be obtained openly by other means. I was looking at the report recently of the Inspector General of USAID in the United States. And looking down the list, I see, first of all, that the headline figure here is money that was dispersed through financial fraud and what you might call ideological fraud in the year from August 2021 to July 2023, came to $13 billion. Well, that's an absolutely enormous sum of money. And where did it go? Well, it went through essentially people taking the money in the programs and distributing it to people who didn't deserve them. But this was against the following programs: the World Food Program, the World Health Organization, the Food and Agriculture Organization, United Nations for Project Services. That was one element in this quite long list of agencies where the money went. The second is that recently we've seen some hearings by the House Judiciary Committee, which has investigated the way in which aid has been spent in order to promote ideas which political ideas, some of them radical, but which are really a violation of, I think, Jefferson's idea that government should never spend the taxpayers' own money in order to change the taxpayers' minds. Well, of course, since those organizations were spending money abroad, but also at home for the relief of poverty, this is a very serious distortion of political values and political integrity. I think we're going to hear that in great detail today. I'm grateful for all of the speakers here who are going to tell us these things, but I think the cause we're seeing here is the cause of, first of all, of honesty, but also of protection of people who would otherwise not be protected by the countries in which they live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. And the actual QR code that you have seen here on my right is an article that is written by Mr. Bauer and Mr. John O'Sullivan, so I highly recommend you reading that. Our next speaker is going to be one of the biggest friends of the Danube Institute, with whom without this conference would not have been possible, so we are very grateful for all the help. Mr. András László, who is a government commissioner right now and among his other political appointees. Currently, he is responsible for investigating political corruption funds paid by the United States Agency for International Development to Hungarian legal entities. András, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan, for organizing this event and this interesting presentation. I didn't know about Peter Bauer, but it's interesting how Hungary comes up when it comes to USAID when it comes to international aid over decades. Not only because he was a critic, and so am I, but also because George Soros is also one of the key players in this institutional setup globally. So I guess Hungarians have an awkward and recurring role in this topic. As mentioned, I'm a member of the European Parliament and Government Commissioner for uncovering what happened with USAID-funded projects in Hungary, which were mostly political projects in Hungary. I will be talking about three things. What happened before, what we have experienced in Hungary in terms of foreign political interference, what happened specifically with USAID programs in Hungary, who were the beneficiaries, who were the intermediaries, and also where we stand now 1 year after, well, not 1 year after the closure of USAID, but 1 year after the announcement of the suspension of USAID, which was actually the reason why the Hungarian government decided to appoint a government commissioner and appointed myself to investigate, see what happens when this review happens, when the funding freeze, what will happen with the funding freeze, and what can we learn about what happened in Hungary, how this interference happened, and how we can go forward and build a new kind of cooperation with the Trump administration in the period that follows now. So, as you can see here, this is the U.S. Agency for International Development sign being removed from the office building in Washington, D.C. This is how it all started almost 1 year ago, or almost exactly 1 year ago. I have about 25, 30 slides, so I have less than a minute for each slide, so bear with me. I'll be scrolling over them rather quickly, but this is really to just give you a glimpse of everything that has happened. Here I have showcased three different categories. The one under the red box is all of the organizations which worked with USAID or with government funding. So this includes USAID, it includes direct funding from the US budget, National Endowment for Democracy. It includes NDI, which is of course part of the NED network, the US Agency for Global Media, which funded the Szabad Európa project in Hungary, the Radio Free Europe, which was no longer a radio but a news portal, which was shut down also last November. So there were various, even the source of funding was not a single one, it was multiple, and I'll go into that later. And these are some of the organizations which were either what they call implementing partners, or they were co-funders like the Open Society Foundations of George Soros. And some of the organizations here are not necessarily NGOs, but they are private consulting companies like Dexis Consulting Group, the Zinc Network. I believe that's registered in the UK. So it's really a vast network of organizations. And in the blue box, you see some of the funding where the EU funding comes from. So it mostly comes from the European Commission, the European budget. The EU budget is a 7-year budget, so it started in 2020. It lasts until 2027. And from that, you see the Citizens, Equality, Rights and Values Program, the LIFE Program, the Global Europe Program. There's also the Connect Program, which we haven't highlighted here, but there's a multitude of budget lines where these kind of projects get funding from. And in between the two, it's like if you remember elementary school math, there are boxes which cross into one another. There are organizations which received both EU funding and US funding. So these are Internews, the German Marshall Fund of the United States, the Prague Civil Society Center, and IREX, which are implementing partners of some of these projects I'll be talking about. And in the last box, the yellow box, you see the major beneficiaries of foreign government money in Hungary, who are either major direct grantees, or they are intermediaries in distributing the grants towards smaller projects and partners. And if you take a look at these logos, they'll be recurring over and over again in my presentation. So this is just a brief history. USAID was set up under President Kennedy in 1961. And for very long, this stayed that way. It was in 1972 that the German Marshall Fund was established, and it was actually in 1979 and the 1980s where these organizations, these NGOs, started appearing more and more, playing a major role, an increasing role also in terms of funding. They might have started as private organizations, but received more and more state funding. So in a way, we can call them quasi-NGOs, because if you look at their budgets, they might be 60, 70, 80, or 90% funded from state budgets. So in terms of non-governmental, I wouldn't really apply that label. This is just a graph from foreignassistance.gov. This is an official U.S. government website. You can see here I marked the red dot on the top of the curve here. That's 2022. It's the year after Joe Biden took office in the White House as president. And you can see a real serious bump in what USAID spent in Hungary. If you look a bit downward, you'll also see that a lot of the funding is redacted, or miscellaneous goods, services. Again, USAID redacted this field in accordance with the blah, blah, blah. So a lot of the bigger beneficiaries and the big expenses are redacted. They're not public. Moving forward. But we do know, not only from official data, but also from the upheaval after the freezing of USAID money, that many of the beneficiaries started complaining publicly in articles and analysis at conferences. And here, for example, this is the Review of Democracy. This is still available online. It's an article written by Mr. Daniel Hegedűs, the Central European Regional Coordinator of GMF, who's a Hungarian, and who himself admitted that actually annually $35 million came to Central Europe annually. And I'll be talking about who these organizations are, but you can see also this sum consists of annually $20 million appropriation by Congress for democracy work in the region, as well as its share in thematic congressional appropriations, for example, women's rights, LGBTQ plus rights, distributed through the DRL, that's a unit of the U.S. State Department, U.S. embassies, and NED. And so in Hungary, one of the most significant, if not the most significant program, was the Central Europe program, which was launched in 2021. It actually, a call for applications was then published afterwards in 2022. And the grantees were chosen, and the implementer, after the implementation started, Samantha Power, the lead administrator for USAID, visited Budapest, met with not only with Mr. Poyak, but also some other organizations which were major beneficiaries and implementers in Hungary. Samantha Power for those of you who don't know, was a close associate of President Barack Obama, later ambassador to the UN for the United States. And in 2021, when the Biden administration took office, she became the chief of USAID. So USAID contracted several partners. I already mentioned GMF, Zing Network, NDI, and then they found Hungarian organizations which would also further subgrant some of the money coming from USAID to the Hungarian Helsinki Committee, to the Emberségere Alapítvány, to Demnet, and through, of course, also the embassy, Ökotárs and Mérték media monitor organization. They had what they called a free media project, where they provided annual grants to media organizations throughout Hungary, larger ones and smaller ones as well. This is the media grant they have published in three different cycles. And you can see I highlighted some of the most obviously left-wing organizations, media organizations in Hungary, and the brands. I highlight them because if you can see, after 2 years, 1 year, 2 year, third year, it was usually the same group of media organizations which received funding. So these were not actually capacity building projects as often claimed, because it was a recurrent support. As soon as one of the grants would run out, a new grant would be provided to them. So this was actually creating a kind of permanent dependency on some of this funding as well, and they were counting it. And this is also true in some of the EU programs. This is not only how the US programs functioned. The reorganization also took place of the State Department. Not only was USAID shuttered, the US State Department was also reorganized by State Secretary Marco Rubio. And very interestingly, the DRL, which was previously mentioned in the article of Daniel Hegedűs, here you see that the Bureau of Democracy and Human Rights and Labor, that's DRL, was a platform for left-wing activists to wage vendettas against anti-woke leaders in nations such as Poland, Hungary, and Brazil. So this is the review, not of USAID, of how the State Department worked. As far as I know, DRL has been completely reorganized. I don't know if it was finally renamed or not, but it's still what's happening. This is official from the Substack of the State Department, explaining the reorganization taking place in spring. It was DRL which funded two organizations, the largest left-wing media organization in Hungary, Telex, and their partner, the IDEA Foundation, and they conducted what they called media literacy programs for high schoolers, for teachers in schools, etc. This was a grant worth $740,000 for 2 years. As soon as it ran out, the new grant for the same purpose was granted for $690,000, which was then frozen and canceled by the Trump administration. But this is publicly, they admitted in their project on their website that they received this money from DRL, which, as you can see, was an platform for left-wing activism in the State Department. Going further, some of the other organizations, as I mentioned, as quasi-NGOs. For example, here on the right, you see the annual funding, government funding for Internews. It was originally registered in a small town in California, and year after year, they received tens of millions of dollars of government funding. In 2023, they had almost $100 million of funding, and only 30 million other kind of funding. So this is why I say the NGO, the non-governmental, doesn't really apply when 80-90% of your funding actually comes from government. And a little bit about the 2022 scandal. It was actually before the Central Europe program of USAID that there was that Hungary was rocked and the Hungarian public was rocked by a major foreign interference scandal after our 22 elections. And when it turned out that from George Soros and some of his organizations, about $10 million worth of money flowed into the campaign of the Hungarian left. This actually became public in the summer of 2022. The first investigations were held in November 2022. The elections were in April, of course. The second report was published by Hungarian services in January 2023. And there was a Court of Auditors report about illegal party financing in 2023, and they fined 2 opposition parties in February 2024. So this was actually before the freezing of USAID, before the programs took place. And the Central Europe program actually only started the first payments to Hungary after the elections of 2022. The first payments were made in October 2022 only. This is Peter Márki-Zay, 2022 Prime Minister candidate of the joint opposition facing us at the elections. He actually admitted in live television that they received hundreds of millions of forints more even after the elections, according to the invoices they needed to pay. So basically, he admitted that they were paying the invoices of their campaign, of their election campaign, still after the elections, with money flowing from the United States. Then the main implementer was an organization called Action for Democracy. This is a 501c4 organization in the United States, set up by someone who's very close to our former socialist Prime Minister Gordon Bajnai, who was Prime Minister in 2009, 2010, and has a very close relationship with Barack Obama and his team. I'll later go into that. These are some of the reports which were published about the 2022 foreign interference in our election. And this is how the system worked in 2022. So the money came from George Soros's Open Society foundations to Action for Democracy. But Action for Democracy is majority owned by an organization called Higher Ground Labs, which was actually created by staffers of Barack Obama in the White House. And Higher Ground Labs Higher Ground Media is actually the official name of Barack Obama's and Michelle Obama's media production company. So even the name is very closely shows the close relation with the organization. And then Action for Democracy provided funding to the movement, the political movement of the 2022 opposition. It provided money to a propaganda outlet called Ez a Lényeg, and it provided money to the team of the former Prime Minister Gordon Bajnai, called Datadat, which later changed name to Estratos, and is registered in Vienna, it's registered in Estonia, it has different affiliates. And actually, even Datadat and Bajnai's team were actually the implementer for some of this money and this money. So they basically subcontracted Datadat to actually do the digital campaign. So I already talked a little bit about EU funds. I'm going to go more deep into that. So something called European Endowment for Democracy was created in 2013, which is the twin sister of National Endowment for Democracy. They do very similar projects, and in fact, a NED director back then, Mr. Gershman, was actually one of the inspirations and one of the supporters of creating a European Endowment for Democracy. In 2021, in the new European budgetary cycle, several programs were created for funding these. In 2023, already we know that some of the major Hungarian left-wing organizations also received money not only from the US but also from EU budgets. Some of these programs funded by EU budgets are quite clearly political. For example, here from Horizon Europe, on the left-hand side, you see fostering queer, feminist, intersectional resistance against transnational anti-gender politics. This is actually funded from Horizon Europe, which is supposed to be for scientific research. Okay, this is Youth Debunking the Gender Arguments of Far-Right Extremism, again, funded by Horizon Europe. The EDMO, the European Digital Media Observatory, is the online censorship branch and network created by the European Union. The Hungarian hub received money also worth millions of dollars. Unfortunately, here we don't have this sum. But it was, again, if you look at the timing of the project, start date January 2023, end date 30 September 2025. And oh, lo and behold, immediately on 1st of October 2025, as the previous program runs out, the new funding is already available for the exact same project. So as USAID was shut down, we need to talk about what the EU is doing, because it's really two cogs of the same machine, how it works in terms of funding, and the EU is taking over the funding from the United States, very much so. Here, one of my favorite MEPs, members of European Parliament from Germany, a Green, most of the ardent critics of Hungary, he talks more about Hungary than anything else, even his own country. It's really amazing how he does this. And he actually here admits that just before the November elections, where Trump won the election and was expected to win, he quickly made a last-minute visit in October 2024 to Washington, D.C. To talk about USAID and how it supports pro-democracy programs in Hungary with several millions of dollars per year. It's pretty amazing if you think about it. This is me in USA, one of my several visits to Washington, D.C., visiting. I couldn't enter. It was already closed, the headquarters of USAID. So the first picture you saw with the letters being removed, that was over there. The sign, the logo of USAID already shut down. It's also missing from the board right in front of the building on the street. There was also, we need to talk about some of the censorship efforts. The U.S. State Department had something called the Global Engagement Center, which was also shut down under Marco Rubio last year. And it was in close coordination, I think, with EU efforts for online censorship, although I didn't go deeply into this subject. But in terms of the languages used, the time frame of European programs and US programs, it really seems like we mirrored this program in Europe. And this was published, actually, as you mentioned, Mr. Sullivan, by the House Judiciary Committee last summer, and then again this February, about how the censorship effort actually took place with European regulation, and what's happening with the DSA. And I'm running out of time, so I'm going to speed up here. So there are two reports. Basically, the U.S. Congress gained access from the tech companies into internal emails exchanged with the European institutions, cabinets of European commissioners, on how they actually require tech companies to constantly upgrade their content management systems, their regulations, to meet the demands of the European Commission. So it was not enough to once and for all do some internal regulations and procedures and qualify to be meeting the requirements of European regulations. They had to change their regulations over and over again and change the content moderation policies. This is a continuous effort required by the European Commission towards European tech companies, and this is very nicely with a lot of emails explained in these reports. Also from the reports, you see the timeline of how the European censorship legislation took effect and how it worked in practice. The DSA was passed in 2022, so most of the interferences based on 2022 DSA was afterwards in 2023, 24, 25, several national elections, and the European elections in 2024. All of them, before all of them, the European Commission at high level met with the leaders of tech companies to impose content moderation. Back then it was Commissioner Vera Jourova, now it's Henna Virkkunen, it's Michael McGrath. So the faces have changed, but the programs are the same. Oh, good, here we have actually the same projects published. So you see there's millions of euros going to the online digital censorship effort just for Hungary. And it's the same for each and every other country in Europe. And what's interesting is the same organizations which were partners of USAID or here the embassy in distributing the funds. Some of the same beneficiaries, Magyar Hang 444, ID Alapítvány, which was the partner of Telex in the academy, which they created the media literacy program. And interestingly, AFP, the French official press agency. And in the new one, I don't have on the slide, it's the German press agency, which is a partner in a online digital effort. So this is actually closely coordinated with Western European governments and state-funded media agencies. I'm running out of time. I'm told I ran out of time, so I'm going to skip over this. We had NGO scandals also last year with Timmermans, how he funded green NGOs for self-lobbying. This is the report of the Court of Auditors of the EU. They did a Court of Auditors report last April, I think, about how NGO funding in the EU is totally untransparent. Even the definition of NGOs is murky, so you don't really know who you're funding and you can't control it. And this is, of course, a statement by Ursula von der Leyen. We usually see the same thing. She announced the European Democracy Shield. It's going to be the new shiny tool used by the European Commission to control, let's say, political narratives, to put it simply. They're going to fund traditional media and who they seem as dependable and trustworthy, and they're going to fund the censorship effort through the Democracy Shield as well. And of course, we see our elections in 2026, and this is going to be my closing remarks. In 2026, we have a very similar setup to 2022. The opposition is united again under a single umbrella instead of a unity of several different left-wing, socialist, liberal, green, or far-right political parties. Today, it's one new party called the TISA Party, which is the main organization, main opponent of our ruling Conservative Alliance. And we see that they actually assign people from the same circles. Boynai, who I already mentioned, who was behind the interference efforts in 2022, is also in the same organization, or was in the same organization with Globsec, with the German Marshall Fund, with Anita Orban, who is supposed to be the foreign minister candidate of our opponent, who was presented just a few weeks ago to the Hungarian public. We really, under a different logo, different names, but we see basically the same effort to install a government in Hungary which is friendly to the demands of the European Union and Brussels. We see some of the Globsec organization's articles here. I'm going to skip over this. And of course, I can't go without mentioning what's happening right now in our election campaign, because what we see is that we have a major interference on behalf of President Zelensky by switching off the crude oil supplies to Hungary. Ukraine is the transit country for Russian oil supplies to Hungary, which is our major source of oil import. Ukraine knows that. Zelensky knows that. Yet we now have this dispute. It was just yesterday, the Foreign Ministers' Council in Brussels. This is a high-tension, high-stake issue in our election because of the disruption, because of the chaos, because of the economic damage it could cause for us. But this goes beyond the scope of today's presentation, so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for the shocking numbers and shocking stories. And I would like to invite our first panel to the floor. We will be discussing the USAID topics, but obviously, since being the first panel discussion, we will focus on aid and what has happened to aid in the past couple of decades. Please welcome Renaud Bouchard, who is US correspondent of the Taksim Media, Mr. Mohamed Farid, who is member of the Egyptian House of Representatives, Mr. István Kish, our executive director here at the Danube Institute, and Paul McCarthy, who is a senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation. We have heard very shocking numbers, very shocking stories. But as I said before, I would like to focus a little bit on the past and a little bit on aid in general. We have heard all the criticisms about what has aid done to certain countries. But in general, what do you think? What is the purpose of aid? And has it changed over the decades? Do you agree with the former past two speakers?
Yes, it's on. Well, I think it did, sadly, especially in the West. So I think if you look at USAID and other programs, then they started, I think, very similar to what actually China is doing now, and we can talk about that a bit as well, is they were actually focusing mostly on infrastructure projects, so bread and butter stuff. In the 60s, early 70s, a lot of the programs were actually about building dams, wells, infrastructure projects. Of course, you also had, if you look at, for example, USAID, you did have, some ideological programs even back then, but it was insignificant compared to the infrastructure projects. And then there was criticism of these projects that they were not, sometimes environmentally friendly. You had some corruption, and then eventually these programs developed into a much more ideological area. And I think that's the biggest problem we have today not in the US currently, because luckily they realized the mistake which they did during the previous administration, but still in Europe, a lot of these programs are not actually helping the everyday life of people in, let's say, Africa or Latin America. They are supporting kind of minor political issues. Of gender activism or LGBTQ activism, and a lot of these programs are earmarked for this. So you would, let's say, want to have an infrastructure project, it's impossible to get money for it because there's no programs like that. And I think that was the biggest problem of the United States, that you had China, which was actually coming in and bringing concrete infrastructure projects. You might have, small print there, which people not necessarily understood, but, you had basically the two versions, America and Europe coming in with long lists of what you have to do to become a proper democracy, how you have to protect, sexual minority rights, and then China was bringing in, building railways, highways, and not asking all these questions. So I think aid changed, and not to the better, and I'm hoping that here during this conference we can talk about it. I think the Hungarian program of Hungary Helps actually is a good alternative to what Europe is doing currently, and I think it could be also an interesting example for American friends where you actually have you're trying to help the local people, you're actually giving them real help of building, schools, hospitals, wells, water projects, infrastructure projects, and not trying to push all kinds of ideologies through international aid. So I think there is a future. I think you need international aid. So I think, with all due respect, I'm not sure I like how America scrapped all international aid. So I understand why they did it, and perhaps you need to scrap everything and start again. But I think it would be a mistake if America would completely go back from international aid and leave it to other countries, which I already mentioned. So I think you have to have international aid, but it has to go back to the international aid of the 60s, 70s, where you focus more on what people actually need. And also what, Hungary always says, that if you want to alleviate the problems of migration, bring help there. Because actually migration is not necessarily good for the countries which are, the countries which actually have migration, so where people leave, because they leave, a lot of good people leave from these countries. So bring help to the people who actually need help, and give them, projects which actually make a difference. So that's my 2 cents quickly.
What is the purpose of aid, Paul? What is the purpose of aid?
Completely agree with what Istvan just said, but I'm going to open the aperture a little bit. And first of all, I wanted to thank the Danube Institute for inviting me. Actually, I'm a poor substitute for Max Primoratz, who is supposed to be here. He is going into the Trump administration, joining the Department of Labor in their International Affairs Division. But I'm subbing for him, perhaps a poor substitute. My background, I'm a political hack. I love connecting conservatives transatlantically. That's what I've been doing. But to get to your question on aid, I come from the belly of the beast. I used to work for the International Republican Institute, which Andras had up there. The IRI received 90% of its funding from the U.S. government. So in many ways, it was the Quango, or the quasi-non-governmental organization that you're describing. So I'm recovering. So happy to be at the Heritage Foundation, primarily because at the IRI, we were restricted in what we could do, self-restricted by the State Department funding, which told us, and USAID, told us which political parties and partners we could work with and those that we could not. And the main dividing line that led to my departure from IRI was that we were restricted in our ability to work with the Patriots group. ECR was okay, EPP was okay, but the Patriots were problematic. That was one. The other was that IRI was increasingly, during the Biden years, there was an acceleration of the process that Ishtvan and John O'Sullivan and Andras described, which was a politicization of aid work. And this is the big difference from the origins of foreign aid when in 1961 the Kennedy administration started it. We should all understand that aid was always a tool of American influence during the Cold War. We shouldn't disabuse ourselves of this. A Cold War was going on. There was a competition with the Soviet Union. Aid was a vehicle, some say with a weapon, in the Hearts and Minds campaign that we were fighting with the Soviet Union. So that was always there. But the nature of the aid, as Ishtvan described it, changed. It was originally a development program. I would describe as hard development projects, roads, infrastructure, hospitals, and so forth. It was very much a gift from the American people, but don't disabuse yourselves. There were strings attached. We were in a competition. What changed, and I witnessed this directly in the 1990s, was that maybe some of the work that was being done by the agencies covertly in the political influence area, and I was talking to my French colleague Renaud about this, the CIA was funding the right-wing workers' movement in France, Force Ouvrière. Left-wing, but anti-communist, yeah. Yes. And that was the whole background on it. That work, actually, the very first grant that NED gave in this is the National Endowment for Democracy in 1983, was to Force Ouvrière. And it proved to be controversial. There were hearings about it and everything like that. But very much NED was, in some ways, taking over the work that the agencies were doing, not entirely, but there's certainly a connection in the formation of NED. There are people from the CIA who were involved in NED's formation back in the 1980s.
Luckily, we have a lot of time to delve more into these very interesting topics in the future. But let's go back to the conceptual questions a little bit. Mr. John O'Sullivan mentioned a very interesting, I would say, argument or definition of the aid system, which was aid system is taking money away from the poor people in rich countries and giving it to the rich people in the poor countries. Do you agree with this? Is this the same concept that you had in mind, or would you define it a little bit differently?
Well, thank you for having me here, first of all, and I'm really glad to be among you guys. Look, I agree to some great extent with what Mr. O'Sullivan said, but in my opinion, clearly that the true purpose of aid must be creating opportunities, encouraging enterprise, extending and expanding freedom, strengthen the sovereign institutions. So by the end of the day, after doing all that, the recipient nations can eventually stand alone. But this is not the case happening right now. And this is a major flaw. In my opinion, that one of the most important measure for preventing instability and strengthen sovereignty is aid. And yes, there has always been a political dimension in aid when it comes to aid, and this is enormous statecraft, and let's all admit it and be clear about it. But what changed after the Cold War from doing a real development, helping societies, it turned to just financing networks that push contested social norms and driving normative change inside recipient societies. And in my opinion, this is tyranny, my friends. This is the tyranny of experts who believe that they can define and dictate what progress is, whether for the Egyptian families, for the Hungarian voters, African communities, or anywhere else. And this is truly dangerous because if you look at how the system went, it went from doing, again, real development to be rewarding activity rather than results. So you end up by a multi-layered NGO and contractor chains that absorb resources while diffusing accountability. And this is another important thing. And at the same time, projects that may target fashionable themes rather than structural economic constraints. Development doesn't happen, through workshops and media training and so on, but through a proper and functioning systems. And in what I think that we should do, to bring back aid to be rooted in integrity and human dignity. This is the core value here. We need to think when we think about aid, and align it with the taxpayers' priorities and the needs, the real needs for the recipient societies. So by the end of the day, we create independence for these societies, not just being hooked up, and be a junkie in a term. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. They listened to it, definitely. Very similar question, but I would like to add in a little bit of a different angle, which is what we have seen so far is that we have come back to the debate whether moral values can exist in foreign policy and aid policy as well. What is your perception of aid? What is your definition of aid? And can it be tied to moral values?
Well, in fact, first I would like to thank the Danube Institute for the gracious invitation. And I would like to take a step back to your question and frame it not in technical terms, but in moral terms. And it's like, I'm not used to talk in a place which is not as morally bankrupt as the two other countries I'm a citizen of. So, it's like, I think it's a perfect place to actually bring it on the morals. If you remember, exactly a year ago, when DOGE revealed what USAID was doing, it was a moral surprise on the part of the public, particularly the American public. They thought that basically USAID was about funding projects, empowering female-owned business, women-owned businesses, digging wells in Malawi, etc. Well, they discovered that they were funding 90% of the media in Ukraine. They were staging color revolution. And that came as a surprise. And it's interesting because, in fact, Aldous Huxley wrote a novel on the topic in 1962, actually. It's called Island. It's an amazing novel. I really recommend you reading it. And the novel is about a cynical British journalist called Will Farnaby, who deliberately shipwrecks on the remote, isolated island of Pala in South Asia, where, in fact, he works as an agent for an oil baron aiming to exploit Pala's untapped oil reserves. And Pala is a kind of an island which has been secluded from Western civilization for about 2 centuries. And it's a kind of it's a kind of a Thomas More utopia in a way, a hippie utopia if you want. They have you have an emphasis on mindfulness, a balanced approach to education, sexuality, family structure, etc. They even have a responsible, guided use of psychedelic substance, which contrasts with the picture in Brave New World. And they reject consumerism, militarism, over-industrialization, and power-driven politics. And Farnaby feels it has a profound personal transformation being among the people of Pala. And at the end, the country, basically, country faces an invasion and takeover by aggressive neighboring forces, backed by oil interests and internal traders. And it's actually a very interesting book because it's actually Aldous Huxley's final political manifesto about a decent society in a way. So that tells us what aid is and is not. Aid is not about what you can do, it's about what you cannot do. And what you cannot do is para. So now let's move it to another dimension. Let's imagine, for example, that a self-governed community, say a Catholic utopia, for example, let's say Patrick Donin is given, with his friends, is given a region actually to manage, to create a Catholic integralist utopia. Well, the same thing would happen as happened in Para. That starts to get close to home actually here for you. Because you mentioned earlier, Samantha Power was here 3 years ago. 3 years ago, that's a little bit, we have election this year. 3 years ago, that's exactly the time it takes to prepare a color revolution. And it's very interesting, the choice of Samantha Power as head of USAID. She is, let's not forget, she is the woman who orchestrated the fall of the Libyan regime. She is the goddess of R2P. R2P, which is a creation of the French NGO complex, which was created in the 1960s, 1970s, after the Biafra events. So when you have someone like Samantha Powers who come to a country like Hungary and uses words like locally driven initiative, independent media, corruption, civic engagement, civil society, challenge to democracy, and showing respect for the rights and dignity of all people, you know where you are heading. So this is, again, a moral frame of what aid is and is not. And I think it's very important to frame it in those terms.
We will call Mr. Dinin after the conversation to confirm and to respond. Yes, István.
Can I just jump in a bit here, because I don't want to sound nice. I know that political aid always has political kind of background, and in a sense, we have aid, I think, in the Western world because of Christianity, because it's a Christian thing to help people in need. So I'm not denying that, and I think we all know that we lived in communist countries. A lot of the things America was doing in the 80s we liked. But then American soft power was about genes and Rambo, and not about transgender children. And I think that's the biggest problem we face now here, that now we saw an administration in America which was pushing an agenda which was not supported by even the American people. Because, for example, trans issues is a very high divisive issue in America, and I think a vast majority of the American populace actually is not supporting these policies. So they were pushing an ideology on people, and not just in Europe, but in places like Africa, India, elsewhere, which even the American people did not support. And I think that's a big difference towards, let's say, the 80s, where perhaps they were pushing also an agenda, but let's say 80% or 90% of the Americans agreed with the agenda. So I think that's a significant difference, and it's actually shocking to me. So when I go to, Danube was very much focusing on the Anglosphere, but now we have a lot of connections in India, in the Middle East, elsewhere, and you go to these places and it comes up in the first half an hour. So you talk to these people and they will say, oh, what is Hungary doing? We know you're a NATO member, we know you're a friend of America, how do you fight this? Because it's our experience that America is pushing these ideologies on us and we don't want it. One of the most shocking things I had, and I told this story previously here, so sorry if I'm repeating myself, but the first time I was in Iraqi Kurdistan, I was sitting with these Peshmerga generals. I mean, these people fought the ISIS, tough guys. And in less than an hour, it came up that one of the Peshmerga generals was afraid that his son is going to become a homosexual because of American propaganda. I mean, I'm not making this up. This was actually a real conversation. I was shocked because I wasn't used to these kind of conversations. And he was actually flat out asking me that as a NATO member, what is Hungary doing against homosexual propaganda? I mean, these are not my words. These are the Peshmerga general's words. So this is something which I think was actually hurting American interest in a wide area of places. And another thing I wanted to go, we will talk about Hungary more, is that I think in the past you were not using this against your friends and allies. So, supporting opposition figures and movements in Hungary, which is a NATO ally, I think that's a new thing in a sense. I don't think in the 60s you were doing this against de Gaulle, which again, you might have disagreed with some things, but he was a NATO ally. So why would you undermine de Gaulle's political stance at home? So I think that's also a new element that they were using these tools against, like-minded countries, NATO allies, strong NATO allies.
Definitely. I think you touched upon a very interesting topic about the fact that these aid money, especially when it comes to government aid, it should reflect on the taxpayers' wishes and priorities. The question is, how can you do that?
Well, I would argue that the Trump administration is doing that because it represents the majority of the United States with regard to these social issues that we're talking about. One reason Trump won is because of the trans ideology that was being pushed. The sick thing about it that István just described is that although there was clearly no consensus in American society on these left-wing issues, these were exactly the issues that we were pushing overseas, particularly in Hungary, particularly through our former ambassador here. And that is something that the Trump administration is trying to correct. I just want to point out the enormous pushback by all the organizations that Andras described, the aid lobby, including my former organization, the National Endowment for Democracy, the whole aid complex, pushing back on Trump's attempts to reform the aid industry, first of all by shutting down USAID, by reorganizing the Bureau of Democracy, Labor, and Human Rights, which is now called the Democracy, Labor, Human Rights, and Religious Freedom Department of the State Department, and so forth. Enormous pushback on this. But at the end of the day, completely agree with Fareed on this, that it's about opportunity and not picking winners and losers at the end of the day, which we have done for decades with aid.
Before the panel discussion, Mr. Fareed, you've already mentioned some political interferences that you've seen in Egypt. Can you please share some examples with the crowd as well? Because we have been very much focusing on Hungary so far.
Well, I'll tell you a story, a real story, and a very hard lesson that we learned in Egypt. And it's very relevant to my friends here in Europe. Over the years, the Muslim Brotherhood had started its own deep social infrastructure of charities, NGOs, and different kind of structure. Whether it was in hospitals, private tuition, charity work, name it. And they infiltrated the entire country. They covered it all, especially in the rural areas and in the most deprived areas. I'm saying this while in parallel there is the USAID that's been there for decades, happening, but this is the case. In 2011, when the Arab Spring happened, they mobilized this network. And during the same year, there was tens of millions of US dollars that had been sent to other Islamist NGOs. One particular Salafi Islamist NGO called Ansar Sunnah al-Muhammadiyya, they received over 30 million US dollars. This amount of money have been mobilized for giving the Islamists a platform. Political parties, PR campaigns inside and outside the country, media training, media outlets, newspapers, TV channels, name it. And all these ended up by giving them the power in 2011. Funny enough, during this period, the American organizations caught up in the heap. And they said, yeah, it's a democratic transition. Let's go there. They ended up by offering training, capacity building, campaigning training, media support for these Islamic groups of different shades in Egypt in 2011, 2012. And just seeing them as a societal force, that it's democratic transition, it's a societal force, so why not? So just imagine the irony here, that the US taxpayers would have been directly funding the very forces that could have turned Egypt into another Islamist failed state. Just imagine that losing Egypt's role as an anchor for stability and peace in the region, a gatekeeper against mass migration and chaos. And this happens all by diverting the taxpayers' money, who are in a very good intentions. I'm not doubting anyone's intention, but I'm talking about results. To turning this country into a failed Islamic state and financing the very malevolent values and practices that harms them back home. So the same mechanism is still happening here in Europe, my friends, and foreign money financing the ideological NGO networks. It's now active across Europe, and you can see it even in Brussels that it's happening and influencing some political parties there. And simply the lesson that we learned in Egypt, it's that such funding creates parallel societies and parallel structure, and it's harmful. And it do harmful value shifts and threaten sovereignty of different nations. So aid must never repeat the same mistake again, and let's be aware for that. Thank you.
I think one of the most shocking data that we've seen from the government commissioner's PowerPoint presentation and speech was that in Hungary, these certain actors did receive funding directly from USAID and then also through some NGOs or foundations or different organizations. So we can clearly prove that there have been multi-layered and multi-contracted systems working here in Hungary. Did you see anything similar in France?
Well, one of the questions I'm asking myself in France, I mean, I'm the US correspondent of a French independent media success story. It's called Toxin, actually. It was like, so it really has, like, I mean, audiences which eat the lunch of a lot of mainstream media. And it has, like, only 3 years. It has been in existence for only 3 years. So, of course, we get completely targeted, debanking, shadow banning, etc. But there are organizations that are relays of the French government. And one of the biggest questions we have been asking ourselves is how much money is going into fact-checking organizations that are allies of the French government. We know that one of the revelations of the USAID scandal, which was actually completely accessible publicly, before the Doge, was that l'Agence France Presse received money from USAID. Why does Agence France Presse receive money from USAID? For what purpose? I mean, that is a question I cannot answer. I did not manage to get the details on that. But you have things like,
sorry to interrupt here, but also the BBC.
The BBC, of course.
And Politico. And probably many
Politico,
others as well. Sorry to interrupt, but it's not just AFP.
Completely true. But so a lot of Western media organizations which receive subsidies from the French government. I mean, it's like from their national government have received money from USAID. What is going on here? Again, it is like the misperception. It's like you think that money is funding again, women business empowerment in low-income countries, and you discover that U.S. taxpayer money is actually feeding the Agence France Presse. So it is crazy. So that's the only extent to which I have knowledge of USAID funding and activities in France.
And I will talk to Paul now. During the first Trump administration, obviously, we did not focus this much on USAID. What has happened between the first and second Trump administration that shifted this priority, I would say?
That's a broader, that's a broader political development. Listen, the first Trump administration, Trump came in, and I don't mean this as a disparagement in any way, but he was a political neophyte. He was not a politician. He was surrounded with people he was told would be acting in his interest. A lot of them came from the old Rhino, Republican in name only communities, the establishment communities, which frankly speaking, have led us to this, to the problems that we had, including involvement in the Iraq War, the Afghanistan, the Uni Party, and so forth. So Trump was not able to focus on this. In the 4 years in the wilderness, so to speak, Trump was able to put together a team that was going to carry out a plan. And here I'll do a little advertisement for the Heritage Foundation, Project 2025, which 75% of which is being implemented by the Trump administration. Many of the authors have gone into the Trump administration. It had a chapter on USAID, Chapter 9. I encourage, if you haven't read it, I encourage you to read it. I was part of the writing committee on that. We had a democracy subcommittee, which was feeding into that chapter. It laid out a plan to reform USAID. Trump went even further and blew the whole thing up, but we were, the basic argument was one that we are arguing here, which is that we need to change not only the nature of foreign aid, but the rationale for foreign aid, and get it back to some of the roots that we were talking about, which is American interests. I want to underline that. That's not going away. It's U.S. interests that are behind all of this, particularly in the competition with China, as István pointed out.
István, we have been very negative, I would say, or only very negative examples were shared with the audience regarding aid and aid projects. Is there anything that you would like to mention in the Hungarian history which was quite helpful or has a bit of a more positive message when it comes to aid and Hungary relations?
Well, that's a good question. Well, I guess in the 80s there was a lot of good help coming to Hungary, so we can't deny that, and I think we're thankful for that. I mean, it's hard for me to talk about this because I was also a participant of IRI programs. So I participated in 2 programs. I enjoyed them. I think they were actually pretty good programs. So we talked about not all of these programs were bad, and not all of the aid was pushed for nefarious purposes. So I think we have to kind of be mindful that the way forward shouldn't be to get rid of everything, and that's why I brought up Hungary Helps, because I think it's a good program, and I think the third panel will talk about that. And we also had actually a paper which we wrote about Nigeria here at Danube Institute. So I think there are ways, and I didn't know you were involved in the Project 2025 part of reforming international aid, but I think that's also a very good formula which you put forward there. So I think there's a lot of effort, and I hope that then you can actually play a role in this, in a way, on how to reform the aid system and make it kind of a more national interest-based, more conservative version of international aid, because I think you have that. And I think Hungary Helps is like that. And I hope that a new American system will be a bit more similar to that and less similar to the previous ones. But I think that's really important to say that international aid in itself can be good. And I think there are projects which are worth saving and can be used for the greater good. It was just the problem was that these were kind of replaced by or sometimes overshadowed by programs which were not that useful. And as was mentioned sometimes, what I think is quite frightening is that, for example, you have a court case where more than $8 million US dollars have been spent to support Islamist organizations in Syria. So a lot of the money went to your enemies. So you can bring up that, you supported the Taliban in the 80s, but at least there you hope that the Taliban will help you against the Soviets. Now, I don't think there was any effort that you would hope that Islamists in Syria will do any good for American interest in that region. So there is the corruption element, but also there was, I think, a misuse that, they hoped that these programs will benefit people, but in the end they went to, as you mentioned with Egypt as well, to players like the Muslim Brotherhood, but also, as I said, actual Islamist organizations, terrorist organizations in Syria. So we have to get rid of those and focus on the good programs.
How about the Egyptian story?
Oh, okay. To be honest, the USAID did a lot of genuinely good work for decades in Egypt. They helped in building critical infrastructure, food security, empowering people via education and cultural preservation, water treatment plants that serves millions of Egyptians, and recently even with the STEM schools, that built a real capacity. But alongside this good work, there were a lot of wasteful and insufficient programs. For example, and this is something I've been working on over the past 5 years during my tenure in the Senate and now in the House. The women empowerment component. Millions of dollars have been poured on that. And when we look at the result on the ground, we look at the women participation in the labor market. It's hovering about 16%. And looking at this 16%, it's decreasing because 10 years ago it was around 20-something%. So this is a clear example of wasteful aid. There is another issues that is inherently embedded in the aid system itself. For example, the PDI 20, which is the Policy Directive 20. Yes, it might look that it helps the Americans and put the American interests first, but by the end of the day, when it comes to the implementation, it ending up by doing more harm than good because it doesn't help the recipient countries to be able to be self-sufficient and independent. Buy America Act itself, it's important in principle, but when it comes to implementation, what happens is that these goods and services that bought from American contractors, it sometimes got overpriced and you create a lot of corruption inside because of this very complicated structure of reporting and aid. Also, to sum it up, there is this mixture between the good and the bad. It's another layer for that. It's the misalignment. Many projects operate in isolated islands per se, in their own priorities, timelines, reporting requirements. They don't always integrate into a national interest or development strategies. And as time goes by, this create dependency on external funding cycles and rather than sustainable local capacity. And the lack of local ownership largely due to the ideological export by the end of the day. And this adding the mandatory DEI and gender transformative requirements led to weaken the NGO infrastructure, which is, in my opinion, NGOs in a perfect world could do a lot of good, but with that, it weakened it and it created a structure that became more accountable to the donors than the local communities and the local citizens. And this is really alarming and dangerous. One of the particular alarming chapters that what happened, post-2011 in Egypt, as I mentioned earlier, that the USAID sent their OTI guys, the Office of Initiative, of Transformative Initiatives, and they rush for this democratic transition and ending up offering training and capacity building for the Islams, for God's sake, come on. Including the Brotherhood. And what happened after that, it didn't end like that. When the Egyptian government started to take some drastic measures, there was a tension in this great partnership between Egypt and the United States, and it's all due to this lack of understanding of the local context, and again with all the good intentions, to help and so on, but you end up by doing more harm than good. So this is the case. In my opinion, the USAID is important, but we need a reformed USAID, a USAID that again embedded in integrity and focusing on human dignity and creating opportunity and freedom. And as a friend, I'm telling that while you waste a lot of money and putting exporting of ideology in one sense, other players, rivals maybe, namely China, do a lot of work in Egypt when it comes to scholarship, education, technical education, language education, and it's welcomed, and they get influence and they help the people by the end of the day. So this is a lesson for others, if we'd like to learn something from that, that could be a best practices, and it help education. It's important in helping, in developing the societies, and creating a real shift in the societies that embedded in the local values, and local traditions, instead of imposing and dictating something else, by the tyrants of experts, whether in DC or in Brussels or anywhere else. So this is something important, and I believe if we can work throughout restructuring the entire aid system and the entire aid policy, I think that would do a lot of good for a lot of people, for the American people, and for their partners and friends all over the world. Thank you.
Mr. Farid mentioned bureaucratic inefficiency, and basically I'm rephrasing it here. Can you see the work of the deep state when it comes to AIDS, or I should rather rephrase it, do you see managerial, totalitarian managerialism in power when it comes to aid policies?
Oh, yes, I mean, it's what a question. Well, I mean, of course, international development, which is the term I prefer to aid, actually, because I think it's like, it's
more your topic.
Aid is fuzzy, like the rich help the poor, the strong help the weak, etc. Well, development is something else. It's a first from the iron law of all bureaucracies, which is that they all, at some point, wind up being like self-leaking ice cream cones. It's the self-referential aspect of it. But more than that, I think I've seen in international development some trends that basically can be extremely sinister. First of all, I mean, it's like you have that whole assurance that it's something extremely benevolent, and we are seeing, like, some activities like regime change, color revolution, etc. But even on I would say the normal business. I work mostly in Africa, actually, in sub-Saharan Africa. Even there, you can see that, things are happening. For example, I worked, going to talk about efficiency. I went one day, did a mission for the World Bank, actually, on the governance of state-owned enterprise. And I met with the head of the Social Security, which in the Social Security Administration, which in Central African Republic, like in France, is is more like the health insurance. It's not retirement. He welcomed me, in a beautiful room, etc., for 1 hour meeting, a lot of staff present, breakfast, etc. And then suddenly, lights turn on. And I was like, wow. And he said, yeah, we have 1 hour of electricity per day. I was like, and so you received me at that moment. Thank you, it's very nice of you. But I said, he said, during that hour, basically all our staff have to enter the data on our computerized system. I said, you have a computerized system with 1 hour of electricity per day? And so during that entire hour, his staff had to scramble to enter the data in the computerized system. And I asked him, I said, who funded your computerized system, if I may ask? The European Union. It was it's full of things like that. I work in rule of law a lot, actually. We were building courthouse in places like Benin and Senegal and Côte d'Ivoire. Well, guess what? You have beautiful courthouse, but the judges are basically constantly absent because they are chasing per diem, which are paid by the aid agencies, the Western aid agencies. It is a completely insane system. So it is really it is the deep state, I would say, in the most kind of the most mundane aspect of the deep state. It's really people who basically are building some purely self-referential bureaucracies which serve only themselves. And it creates an extreme resentment on the part of the recipient population, and rightly so. And I would go even further. You have heard of the Minnesota welfare fraud scandal. I think the Minnesota welfare fraud scandal was the perfect embodiment of how international development has worked all over the planet. We are talking about 65,000 people. They did not get all the money, but we are talking about $10 billion siphoned off for supposedly a population of 65,000 people. Interestingly, a group which is a particular group in a particular state in the United States. So really, yes, we have with aid a particularly interesting example of that deep state.
And I know that we are focusing on the USAID and American aid, but in general, do you see a shift in other international organizations or other entities that are shifting their aid policies to a different system because they see that what is happening in the United States?
I certainly don't see it in France. That is, the French Agency of International Development is worse than it has ever been. I work for them too, on project funded by AFD. What I see, yes, in fact, the only possible change I see is precisely in the US, but we are just at the beginning. It's like MCC, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, for which I worked actually, still exists and still function exactly the same way. There's strictly no difference. The international financial institutions, the World Bank, the IMF, function exactly the same way. So we are, no change in this respect. So it's clear that, the message sent, particularly with the global security strategy, is that we have a change of policy at the head of the US administration saying we will stop privileging the unlimited expansion of the empire and attend to the sick homeland. That is the core of America First policy, which is why MAHA, Make America Healthy Again, is such an important part of America First. So what I see is, maybe something happening precisely on the MAHA front. You have heard probably that there is a global health strategy. You have a new elite at the head of the National Institute of Health, and I think that might have a reverberation effect on aid agencies, on the State Department. But so far, we are just at the beginning of the change of policy.
On the European level?
I don't see any change there, sadly. I think actually what Ondash also mentioned, that it seems that Europe is trying to step in instead of America and replacing some of these programs, which we see sadly here in Hungary, but I guess elsewhere as well. So I think if anything, they think that this is just a couple of years, Trump will disappear, and then hopefully America will come back and do the same. I don't think that's the case, but I think that's how a lot of European leaders think. That's how they thought in 2016 as well. They always think that Trump is a kind of a outlier, that if he disappears, then things will go back to the previous system. I don't think that's the case. I don't think of course he's an outlier in a sense, but I think it's actually American democracy working healthily. So you always have these people like Andrew Jackson, Theodore Roosevelt to shake up the system, get rid of some of the corruption and fat, and things don't go back to the previous system. So I think Europe has a lot to learn, and I don't really see that it's actually learning, sadly. But I think that's the only alternative for Europe as well. So shaking up the international aid system will have to come to Europe as well. I just don't really see the signs for the time being.
Anything to add, Paul?
I completely agree with Istvan's point that, and also Renaud's point that this is only the very beginning of the reformation of foreign aid or international development. You make a very important point, Renaud, in calling it what it is, because international development, describing it that way, does bring in the hand behind everything that's being implemented. I just want to point out one thing that's happening in the U.S. I know Naomi, I know your question was about Europe, and I'll leave it to others. And I know you have panels on this as well. But in the United States, I will point out that the Trump administration is not the only actor in the U.S. system. Congress showed some pushback in the FY26 international foreign aid budget, and they restored a number of things having to do with global health and so forth, which were probably good. We need to continue to do that. Humanitarian assistance, we could look at the ways those are being implemented, of course. But there was also a pushback on the area I'm most interested in, which is what's called democracy assistance, which includes media, civil society, and all of that. And in my opinion, the way that was done is very problematic because it's giving money back to the very organizations which have resisted reform, like the National Endowment for Democracy, for example. Organizations which may have started out, mea culpa, I worked at NED before IRI, so I know what I'm talking about. But back in the day, the reason I joined NED was that we were fighting communists and their remnants, basically, and Istvan referred to some of the work that was being done in that way. And I didn't join these organizations so that we could fight for the ideological revolution, the green transition, and everything that it became. Unfortunately, Congress is putting back some of those things. So there's a real back and forth. But I'll finish by saying that they're not going to succeed because Trump has irrevocably changed foreign aid simply because of the cut in budget. They may have restored some, but it is nowhere near where it was. And also, Trump has changed the terms of the debate about what foreign aid is for and how it's instituted in the institutional structures that exist in Washington. And it will be very hard for the rhinos and the Republican Party and the Democrat Party to put any of that back together, Humpty Dumpty back together.
I will turn back to István because right now, obviously, we see the data. We have a government commissioner who is dealing with these questions, and we do a lot of research as well here at the Danube Institute. We just recently came out with a paper on Slovakia and the NGO activity on Slovakia. But my question is, do you think that these charities and NGOs tried to, I would say, disguise their political nature of work or not? And if so, how did they do that?
I think they do. It's completely evident. And also what Paul has mentioned, I think one of the problems we face is that it's not just USAID. It's a lot of other organizations involved. The State Department is giving money. The National Institutes for Health, some of the biggest abuses were actually there because they were supporting research on menstrual cycles of transgender men. And stuff like that. I'm not making this up. This is actually a program which was supported. But if you think about it, it makes sense because actually these are women who are now living as men, so they menstruate. So if it would be the reverse, it would be more interesting. So there's this big, conglomeration of different kind of organizations, ministries, not just the State Department, but the Agricultural Department, the Health Department, others which are involved. And as was mentioned, even the European Audit Office mentioned that, a lot of these aid systems and NGO support systems are opaque. You can't really understand how they are working. There's a lot of quangos involved in this process. So I think it's deliberately made in a sense, and I think the left has been very clever in this. So this is not a new thing. They realize the importance of NGOs, of civil society, which of course is better and better in democracy. So I don't want to go against civil society. Civil society is important. But the problem was that these were actually not civil society organizations. These were sometimes political organizations, advocacy groups, which masqueraded as civil society organizations and which pushed certain human rights, which not necessarily everybody agrees are actually human rights, and other issues. But of course, they always try to portray themselves as only civil society actors who are not doing anything wrong, are not actually doing political work. They are just educating or trying to help, kind of people who are disadvantaged. So it's, I think, actually a very clever way to disguise some of these activities because a lot of people will think, oh, why are you hurting these? It's poor civil society organizations. They just want to help and research, as I said, the menstrual cycles of transgender men. So, what's wrong with that? And you can say, nothing. But of course, we know a lot of these things are actually just helping their own people to get paid, to get money, instead of, going through actual... So, for example, what they are actually accusing Le Pen with in France which if anything is I think, a misdemeanor. So I don't think that's something somebody should go to jail to. But they are doing far more sinister things and far more subtle things on how they are actually merging a lot of these NGO financing with actual political work and party financing. So a lot of the things are not going through, kind of old-fashioned parties, but are going through these NGOs, but are still political work. But of course, it's not a problem if they are doing it. So.
I will ask the last questions about the Egyptian and the French examples, and I will open the floor. So if you have any questions or comments, please do prepare. Do you have the similar experience as we do here in Hungary?
Yeah, but there is another example, with regard to the EU, and how it's also a textbook example of the tyranny of experts, and trying to push and impose normative shifts on sovereign societies. In Egypt, which we are responsible for 0.7% of the global CO2 emission, 0.7%. Now it's mandatory that all the kind of, mostly all kind of cooperation or aid and so on have two pillars, the gender and the climate policy. This is happening in Egypt, as I mentioned, where the emission per capita is 2.03 tons compared to Europe, I don't know, 10.7 tons per capita. In the US, it's almost 14 to 17. What the heck? I'm sorry. I mean, all that waste, and it's a textbook example of misalignment that external normative ideological agendas imposed on local societies in a low-emission developing country, and you have to divert all your priorities, to be able to work with them and receive that aid. You have to change the entire thing. So this is also one of the inefficiencies, and failure per se for the aid itself, that it just help, to make these kind of feel-good policies that, we care about the environment and the planet and so on, but by the end of the day, you don't do a real impact on the ground. By the end of the day, you're creating this make-believe world without doing a real impact on the people's life, that you, by the end of the day, as a politician and as someone in the public service, you should look for the good of your own people. Those taxpayers' money should be invested properly in making other people, more independent and prevent any kind of instability or chaos or whatever negative setbacks that could impact you. So this is the proper way to invest your money, but not just waste it in these kind of make-believe things, and inefficient programming, whether in the EU or the US. Thank you.
Well, for me, in fact, home is more the US now than France. Actually, I've been living in the US for 22 years, actually. So this is more about what I see, actually, about the effect, actually, of aid, of international development, of that whole, debauchery of energy toward the foreign as opposed to the close. It's again, I think the homeland is completely sick in the US. We were, Angus Dillon wrote a report about 10 years ago, talking about death by despair. And I can tell you this is really a very sick society. So that is I think aid is neither beneficial to the recipient nor the donor society from the perspective I've been seeing. So again, that there is that hope that actually a new aid policy will actually become more transactional and look for a better deal for American people. That is again, I think we are way too early to answer that question. I'm not sure the Trump administration is that committed to ending the empire. So it's, as far as the society of the home country, it's really a some kind of poison pill as well. It's this idea that you have to care about what is far, what is remote, and we impose as well that idea that people make decisions that impact lives that are located thousands of miles away from where the decision is made is something that has to change. And I think it's something that people do not want to experience anymore. So that's how we conclude on the situation of the
We have
US.
touched upon a lot of different topics, but I'm pretty sure the audience also has some questions or comments. Right there.
Yes.
Mike is coming.
I wanted to ask about kind of the role of China coming in to a lot of the lower income countries, because I just spent some time traveling in very low income countries in Africa, and what I find very appalling, having not been there for 15 years, is a lack of infrastructure, electricity, roads, sewage, and it seems to me that based on sociology that a lot of people who have lower incomes, they're often more focused on survival than these ideological post-materialist values types of things. And I think it's interesting that there's an IR article I read that basically made the argument that now China has a comparative advantage in providing infrastructure and soft kind of hard resources, and the United States and the West has an advantage of providing these soft kind of resources like education and health and these sort of things. And I felt that was that like the China shock that just kind of made that happen. There's a lot of more favorable attitudes toward China in a lot of lower income countries than the West. We also know that. And, you know, during the World Bank Wolfenson kind of term, there was this turn away from the big infrastructure projects toward education. And I'm wondering, you know, putting all that together, what you think about what the priorities are of people in these countries, because it seems to me that if you don't have that basic infrastructure, a lot of things for like a girl that I would see selling bananas on the side of the road, it's not rational for her to stay in school if she doesn't have anything to eat at the end of the day, and she needs to sell the bananas to get food.
Thank you for the question. Renaud, would you like to take it first and then for the panel?
Well, that's a very good question about me, and I would respond by referencing a conversation, an interview of an African economist who became a minister in Togo, actually, and he was talking about a meeting with the head of the French Agency of International Development in his country, and the bureaucrats was telling him, well, you know, you have all these subsistence farmers here. So, I mean, during like the off season, I mean, they don't do anything. So you might actually hire them to do something else while they are not working. And he was like, well, I mean, so maybe I can propose that during your sacrosanct vacation and the French people, there is nothing more sacred than vacation for French people. It's like you go and work, I mean, in the field. It's like, I mean, it's to help harvest and things like that. So, in fact, there is ingrained as well in the aid community a hatred for local economy, which comes as well as a hatred for subsistence farming. And I remember, like, I mean, one of the things you started to see as a result of the intervention of big aid agencies in places like Benin is you were seeing subsistence farmers actually wind up living in ghettos in Cotonou and become like, I mean, taximoto, which basically, I mean, before you make a decent living being a taximoto in Cotonou, you are much better off actually being a subsistence farmer. That's like, so you have that whole aspect of like, I mean, really destroying methodically local economies. So there's that aspect. And you were mentioning the infrastructure. I mean, I've seen that, the push for infrastructure in China. China is simply more transactional in its relationship with African countries and with low-income countries. Basically, it gives, like, I mean, the government, like, I mean, aid, like, I mean, US donors, I mean, before precisely before the governance term, it tends to give the government what they want. So if the government wants a brand new parliament, here we go. That's your you decide. I mean, basically they loan. I mean, China, they don't grant as well, and they loan at better concessional rate than the World Bank, which was one of the reasons they were so competitive. So in a way, it's yes, China is extractive. There is no doubt about that. But I mean, is it more extractive than the West? That's another question. Maybe through different methods, but again, the West has not the idea. The West claims to have good intention and funds like LGBT programs, etc., in places like Côte d'Ivoire or Benin, which are very badly received by the local population. Is it well-intentioned?
István, first one. Mr. Farid first, yeah.
Just quickly, when it comes to the partnership between the donors and recipients, it must be pragmatic, bilateral, grounded on mutual respect of national ownership. The thing with China, yes, they do that in a sense. Of course, we all read all the reports of the opaque kind of development and so on. But speaking again about Egypt, for example, the Chinese now doing a lot of work when it comes to scholarships, higher education, language centers, technical education in the ICT sectors, and so on. While also the Americans are doing the same. But let's look at 2023, the Office of Inspector General report on the higher education in Egypt. There was about $109 million in Egypt, and there was 30% variances that couldn't be explained by any kind of documents. The kind of scholarships that, as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of it going to STEM schools and for girls and so on. It's important. But others going for gender studies, higher education in gender studies, and other stuff. So it doesn't really reflect the local priorities, or local needs in a sense. So this is something important again for the infrastructure and so on. There are a lot could be done, and this could help. If you do it properly, you can unlock a lot of opportunities for people and open up field for companies from the donor side and for the local side, empowering the enterprise. But this is actually totally lost among the very complicated bureaucratic system and a lot of corruption and waste in it. And by the end of the day, you get others who are doing it in a way that may be unfavorable, and we don't like it, like Chinese in a sense, that they go there by the command and throughout opaque financing and so on. But by the end of the day, they create opportunities and people are happy. And there is a shifting, in the hearts and minds of the people toward China than the Americans and the EU. And I believe this is a lesson that we should look about, and learn from it if we'd like to do a real betterment for the people's life. Thank you.
István?
This is one of the main reasons you organize this conference, talk about less. So I think if you go to these countries, I went to some of these countries as well, and talk to the people, they will tell you they want infrastructure projects, they want clean water, they want bread and butter issues, because that's what, we are talking about people who are sometimes still starving. Or as you said, you don't have access to clean water, education, stuff like that. So I think the biggest problem, as we talked about, is that a lot of the aid system from Europe and America has turned from this and went to ideological programs, which you can call soft power programs. I don't think there's a problem with education, but Craig Goldman, who's a congressman from Texas, has a long list of all the kind of different programs America has been doing. And I just want to give you a couple of examples because, this is what you were spending money on instead of, let's say, building wells. $400,000 supporting LGBTQ plus sensitivity trainings for police forces in Nigeria. So imagine $400,000. You could buy a lot of infrastructure. I'm pretty sure you could build some wells, schools, hospitals from $400,000. Another program similar, $300,000, promoting acceptance for LGBTQ people in Botswana. Again, I don't think that's the biggest issue Botswana faces today. It's one of the poorest countries on earth. So, but I think that's the biggest problem, that we were supporting programs like this instead of actual bread and butter issues which these people needed, and we didn't even ask them. So I don't think anybody went there and asked these people, what do you want? What the Botswana people want? And when China actually goes there and builds these infrastructure projects which they need. To give you a very, Hungarian example, we got some criticism why China is building the Budapest-Belgrade Railway. But nobody talks about how we actually was trying to get EU funds for this project for a decade, perhaps even more, and the EU was just unwilling to support these infrastructure projects. And that's a huge problem actually in the Balkans. That's our own neighborhood. These are countries which wants to join the European Union, and still the EU is reluctant to actually do these kind of bread and butter infrastructure projects, even in its own neighborhood, even with partly one EU member state. So I think we have a very, very big problem where we don't support these programs. Some of it is, sometimes related to this kind of twisted vision of the green movement, climate change things, a lot of things they don't support because they think they are kind of not good for the environment, which we see with some of the fossil fuel projects, for example, not happening in Europe. But a lot of it is just, I'm not sure what, it's just misguided thinking about what really matters and what people need.
Any more questions from the audience? Other?
Thank you very much. I guess this question is directed to Mr. McCarthy. After the Trump administration, what would be the long-term plan so that we don't fall back into this Obama-Biden thing to make sure that, I know it's a bit difficult and I hope that does not happen, of course, after the next presidential elections, but is there anything that the present administration can do to make sure that the aid is going to where it's going to go, and which I also concur to, at the same time, offset China from coming in?
I think an entire conference should be dedicated to this. I think this particular conference is focused on looking back a little bit. I mean, we talk about USAID. USAID doesn't exist anymore, and it certainly committed a lot of sins. But your question is extremely important. I am not an expert in sort of foreign aid and how it works. I spent the taxpayers' money in my day implementing programs, so I will admit that. But I think the first step is what the Trump administration has already implemented, which is a severe cut in the aid budget. You got to start with the money. That was the key insight in this. Now, I take István, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, by cutting everything, but you've got to start with that premise. A lot of money was being wasted. So to answer your question specifically, conditionality is important. We were talking over breakfast about the MCC, not your MCC, but the Millennial Challenge Corporation. And it was supposed to be all about conditionality, and we could have a debate about where it succeeded and where it failed. It certainly had a lot of failures, but we got to start with the conditionality. We got to start with countries putting their money where their mouths are. If they want something, they need to fund or co-fund programs, and if they're not willing to do that, then we should not be putting our money into. So conditionality, co-financing, most of it needs to be funded by the country itself. And then back to your question, I was on soft power. Soft power is not going away. And it never did go away. I think it was, we had soft power. István talked about the 1980s blue jeans and things like that. The CIA was involved in selling a lot of American culture We funded journals and media, et cetera, art shows and things like that. Some of which were, very good. We helped the Czech opposition during, communism and so forth. I should say the Czechoslovak opposition and so forth. So there was a lot of good, I would argue, that was being done. But the soft power aspect is not going to go away, even with the Trump administration. And I would point, and this is a value-neutral comment, I'm actually supportive of helping conservatives in Europe. I'm a social conservative, and I want to help and work with similarly minded people in Europe. I think it's important. I think the Western civilizational aspect of cooperation with Europe is important, so I'll just say that. But I think what you're going to see with the Trump administration, you see it in the national security strategy clearly stated, is that we are going to pick partners to work with. They just happen to be on the right side of the ledger as opposed to the left-hand side of the ledger. And I'm all for that. Some of you in the audience may be, against that. But the United States is going to continue to use aid as an instrument in underlining and in supporting American interests at the end of the day. That is not going to go away. It is just the covert way that it was done before, which is that we're promoting democracy and we're not promoting left-wing ideology. That's gone away. What I like about Trump's approach is that we're being very clear about what our objectives are as a country.
Maybe just a brief word. I mean, I know that for JD Vance, it's particularly important to actually dismantle the NGO complex. So to dismantle or to actually reorganize it, because we are all post-liberals now. So it's like that is something that JD Vance has perfectly understood. So the big question is, are we going to have a continuation of the same majority in power? And that is a big question mark.
What a great last words. Please join me in welcoming and thanking our wonderful speakers in the panel. Thank you very much for coming back to the second panel discussion of the day. I don't think this topic needs any further introduction since we had the two wonderful keynote speeches, and in the first panel as well, we did touch upon the EU NGO machine that we will be discussing in the upcoming 1.5 hours. I would like to invite to the floor Mr. Thomas Fazi, who is a writer and a journalist, and he has written extensively, mostly for MCC Brussels, on the EU NGO machine. Mr. Jorge González Gallarza, who is working for the Center for Fundamental Rights in Madrid, and he has also written a report on the Latin American NGO activities. Sean Notoli, our colleague here at the Danube Institute as a visiting fellow, and Mr. Gavin Haynes, who is also the author of a wonderful Substack we have here at the Danube Institute called Based in Budapest. You should definitely subscribe, and is also a visiting fellow with us.
Thanks, Naomi. Ladies and gentlemen, Ronald Reagan said there were no 9 words more terrifying than "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Well, how about 12 words? "I'm from the European Union and I'm here to share our values." Go to the Central Plaza outside the European Parliament and you'll see examples of the EU's official art style, a twist on what's become known as corporate Memphis. Crudely drawn, blobby, pastel figures, usually multiracial, joining hands together, presumably singing Kumbaya. This is shorthand for the EU's general thought process. Rights in their most abstract. Citizens as wholly interchangeable algebra. Somewhere, deep in the EU's budget cycle, are line items that pass by almost unnoticed. Depending on how you count, the external values promotion figure is about 6 billion euros, while the internal budget, money to promote European values to Europeans, runs to another 1.5 billion, dispensed via the acronym CERV, the Citizens' Equality, Rights and Values Fund. What the EU calls European values are, of course, not the values of German efficiency, British wit, Italian elan, or even Hungarian stoicism. But instead, a low-res crib from the UN Charter, dried down to vacuum pack size and then sent off into the wider world to be opened by grudging Ugandans and confused Cambodians. A parcel of nothing, direct from an unelected commission and its rubber-stamped parliament. Well, in the past year, we've all come to know about USAID and its capture by progressive activists. Today, we want to take the temperature on what is happening within Europe, which has promised to take up some of the slack left by USAID. Should Europe promote values, even genuinely good ones? After all, the National Endowment for Democracy and USAID are both relics of the Cold War, a time when values really did matter. So sometimes values do matter and sometimes they don't. What's the distinction? And then, even taken on its own terms, does any of this effort actually amount to a hill of beans? Or is it often counterproductive? With me to discuss are three scholars who, in their own ways, are grappling with the phantom values of the European Union. Thomas Farsi is an independent journalist who writes for Unheard and others, chiefly on European affairs. He was a breakthrough chronicler of the European sovereign debt crisis in 2011 and a staunch critic of COVID policy. More lately, under his fellowship role at the MCC Brussels, he's penned The EU Propaganda Machine, How the EU Funds NGOs to Promote Itself. So that's our internal story for today. Then there's Jorge González Gallarza, a senior fellow at the Center for Fundamental Rights in Madrid. Recently, Jorge has published a major report for the CFR entitled The Pink Tide of EU Aid, How Brussels Funds Woke Latin American NGOs Posing as Civil Society. That report uncovers how Europe funds progressive causes in South America, and that's our external story. Then, finally, Sean Natoli, a visiting fellow here at the Danube Institute and former director on the 2024 Trump campaign. In a previous life, Sean worked for the National Endowment for Democracy, targeting comms on Europe on the issues of Russia and China. So that's the story from the inside. I'd like to start by asking each of our guests in turn to talk a little bit about their perspective, and then we'll get into it. So, starting with Thomas. Thomas, in your report, among many other things, you highlight one organisation in particular called Revive EU, which jumped out at me. So that was a project carried out by various European think tanks aimed at, quote, combating the emerging Eurosceptic narratives already promulgated by autocratic elites. Wonder who they could be referring to. And reviving the appeal of the EU in the minds of V4 citizens. So how do you think the European bureaucracy got its brains around this? How did they get into the States where they could say, yep, no interference here?
Right. Thank you, Gavin. This doesn't seem... Oh, yes, it's working now. And, of course, thanks to the Danube Institute for the invitation. Well, I'll start by saying that this relationship between the European Union and NGOs actually has pretty distant, deep roots. As early as the 1990s, the European Commission was already identifying NGOs as privileged vehicles for countering what was already back then the Europeans' lack of affection, if not outright skepticism towards the Union. And so we have, for example, a 2000 report by the then president of the Commission, Romano Prodi, which explicitly stated that NGOs could help politicians promote the goal of an ever closer union by acting as intermediaries between the Commission and the public. And I quote from the report, by encouraging NGOs to work together to achieve common goals, European NGO networks can make an important contribution to the formation of a European public opinion, which in turn helps to promote European integration at the level of civil society. And so we can see that as early as 2000, NGOs were already identified as vehicles that needed to be co-opted for the dissemination of pro-EU, pro-integrationist ideology. And then these efforts simply intensified progressively over the years, especially following the defeat in the various European referenda that were held across Europe in the 2000s. And especially from 2010 onwards, as the Commission was dealing with the backlash from the inane handling of the euro crisis and the subsequent rise in euro-critical sentiment, they really started to go into overdrive. And this is when they And then, of course, if to this we add the rise in countries like Poland and, of course, Hungary of Eurosceptic or, illiberal governments, this really led the European elites to conclude that it was necessary to intensify their PR efforts, or rather their propaganda efforts. And it was, in fact, during those years that we see the idea that the European budget, which until then, much like USAID in its early years, had been used primarily for economic projects, we see the idea that the European budget should be used to promote European values. This is when this idea starts to really emerge. And in fact, we see the introduction of various tools. At first, the money isn't that much, but we see a double use of the European budget. On the one hand, the various conditionality mechanisms. So if you don't abide by the EU rules, you won't get EU funds. But also a more proactive approach, which is we will use the European budget to promote our values, supposedly, and then we would have to discuss what those values are. And this leads in the 2021-2027 multi-annual budget to the launch of the SERVE program, which has already been cited, which stands for Citizens, Equality, Rights and Values Program, which is really the key propaganda tool of the European Union. It was allocated, just for the 7-year period, a budget of almost 2 billion euros, so that's hundreds of millions of euros every year, with a clear, explicitly stated aim of channeling money to NGOs, think tanks, and other bodies to promote European values. According to the European Commission, since 2021, more than 3,000 NGOs have been supported by the SERVE program to carry out more than 1,000 projects. And so what we see is, they constantly talk about European values. And of course, European values are very vague. And at face value, they sound very nice. Democracy, human rights, things that pretty much every human being on the planet tends to support. But of course, it's how they then interpret those values. And they interpret them in a very unilateral way, for example, to promote maximalist conceptions of LGBT rights and so on. And in fact, if we look at which are the primary beneficiaries of the SERVE program, who do we find? We find organizations like the Euro-Central Asian Lesbian Community, which got 6 million euros over the past decade, the European Women's Lobby, the International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans and Intersex Association, ILGA, which got 4 million euros over the past decade. So these are some of the most heavily funded organizations by SERVE. So, the kind of liberal progressive slant of this program couldn't be more obvious. And of course, the question then becomes, when you're using NGOs to promote these, values in countries that clearly have a different conception of how society should be organized, i.e. countries like Hungary, I think it's pretty clear that we are dealing with something that can only be called a form of cultural imperialism. But then there's another aspect of these projects. And I think when you actually look at these projects, yes, a lot of them are aimed at promoting, LGBT rights or gender values or whatever. But in fact, a lot of these projects, even worse so, are actually simply aimed at promoting the European Union itself and the idea of the benefits of supranational integration. So a lot of these projects aren't about specific policies, really. They're simply about how great the EU is and how important it is for countries to aim for more integration. And yes, you mentioned Revive EU, which was a project that was allotted 645,000 euros in the Visegrad countries aimed at countering the Eurosceptic narratives promoted by the autocratic elites of those countries and reviving the attractiveness of the EU in the minds of citizens. Could the propaganda be any more obvious, right? But this is just one example. Another one was Project Blue for EU, carried out in Romania, aimed at strengthening young people's critical thinking and resilience towards extremist and anti-EU movements. I like the conflation between, being anti-EU and being an extremist. This program was allotted 375,000 euros. EU Turn 2025. This was a German project aimed at denationalizing European politics. 415,000 euros. And I could go on. The aptly titled Platform for Challenging Euroscepticism. I mean, and there are hundreds, these are just some examples, there are hundreds, if not thousands of projects of this kind financed through the SERV program. And so really, I think it couldn't be any more blatant and any more manifest of the way in which the EU uses quote-unquote NGOs, and yes, we should stop using this word. The term quangos has already been mentioned today, but maybe we should just use the word gongos. I mean, they're literally government organizations in many cases, or state organizations, or, many of the organizations that I looked at in this report that I wrote are almost entirely, if not entirely, dependent on either state funding or EU funding or a combination of the two. Or, usually then you've got these foundations, which tend to maybe fill the gap at the end. A lot of these foundations, though, are in turn state-funded or are supported, and I'm talking about organizations like the Soros Open Society Foundations. And so really, there's nothing independent about these NGOs, and this is a key aspect of this story. They are simply extensions of the state, or as some have said, the deep state, because there are very powerful interests behind this trend, and the aim is really to kind of engineer a fake civil society. It's totally fake. I mean, there's nothing. It has very little to do with actual civil society, i.e. normal people going about their lives. They have no involvement in this fake NGO complex. So this is about engineering a fake civil society that will then produce fake demands that reflect the demands of the political establishment. And yes, someone mentioned the term auto-lobbying in a previous panel. And they do this too. It emerged that the European Commission was paying NGOs to lobby the European Parliament, but also the European Commission itself, to demand tougher green policies. So you're paying someone to lobby you for tougher versions of your own policies that you're afraid of embracing openly yourself. So this is really how it works. So we have to understand that much of what passes today for civil society is simply an extension, really, of the permanent state. Yeah.
So, you had to trawl through all of this. Where does it all come from at a bureaucratic level? Who is pulling the strings here? Who has control over these budgets? And, what could I do if I wanted to start up a civil society lobbying company and, they pitch me a spare 100,000 euros business idea?
Well, you should just start a pro-EU think tank.
Right.
And, very easy. I've been thinking of doing that myself, man, under a fake name. But just on this point, though, it really is quite incredible just to see the money they give to organizations that are openly committed to, for example, the cause of European integration or greater or European federalism. So, for example, the Union of European Federalists, it got 2.5 million euros over the past 10 years. The Young European Federalists, which is the youth chapter, 3.6 million. The International European Movement, led by a certain Guy Verhofstadt, which some of you might know, they received 6 million euros by the European Commission over the past 10 years. Friends of Europe, 8 million, etc., etc. So again, a clear example of the European Commission paying organizations to lobby to give more power to the European Commission. So that's basically what these NGOs do. But in terms of who's driving it, the thing about what's interesting about the SERV program is that contrary to previous programs which involve the national governments in allocating these funds, under the SERV program, these funds are allocated directly by the European Commission. So there's hardly no government oversight. So it's really a way of bypassing governments in general, but of course specifically in those countries that are governed by governments that are, let's say, misaligned with the EU agenda. And Hungary is a clear example. Just through the SERV program, in a few years, the European Commission has channeled around 40 million euros 2 NGOs in Hungary, many of which were mentioned this morning. The Okotás Foundation, which is one of the biggest ones, and is kind of a sort of a central hub of the NGO network in Hungary. In a single grant, they got almost 3.5 million euros from the European Commission. And this is the European Commission essentially engaging in what USAID used to do. I mean, these are essentially tools of foreign influence, except that at least USAID was directed towards third countries. You know, this is like the U.S. government doing USAID within the U.S. because this is the European Commission engaging in USAID tactics against member states. So I would say it's even worse than what USAID was doing.
Yeah. And yet they also do it abroad. Jorge, you've been digging into this lately, and I love all these reports because they always turf up some fantastic individual projects. You had the likes of a report on transcorporalities in Uruguay's prison system, and an EU-funded speaking tour by the Black Power Marxist and accessory to murder, Angela Davis. I mean, did you pull up anything genuinely useful that they did?
Well, so also thank you all very much, and thank you to the Danube Institute for putting this conference together. And indeed, what we did at the Center for Fundamental Rights, some of you may probably know about our organization. We put together CPAC Hungary. We're based here in Budapest, but we have an office in Madrid where I work. CPAC Hungary is coming up later in March. But when we set up the office in Madrid, we did it because, you know, the motive or the objective was to link our conservative ecosystem in Europe with that of Latin America. And one of the major research projects that we undertook at the very beginning was this report. And what we uncovered, indeed, Gavin, was that over 10 years, from 2014 all the way to 2024, 1 billion euros were spent in NGOs across the region, across Latin America. This is 25 countries, more or less. And some of them are really small. Some of them are microstates in the Caribbean. Some of them are in much larger states with much larger NGOs. But 1 billion euros gives you an order of magnitude. This is a lot of money. Now, within that 1 billion that they spent over 10 years, by the way, just about the data, the data is released a year after the money is spent. So we released the study in the summer of last year, and the last year on record was 2024. We released the study in 2025, but the last year on record was 24. So we had a decade, and it was 1 billion euros. And within that 1 billion, we were very, very adamant to emphasize that not all of the aid was equally misspent, misdirected, opaque, yet all different kinds of NGOs. But the radical NGOs on which the study focuses, the neo-Marxist NGOs, and I'll give a set of examples in a second. The radical neo-Marxist NGOs make up a huge subsegment of this aid, and it was just really hard to believe, and it is hard to believe even for conservatives in Latin America who are now beginning to wake up, and we've been able to form very interesting alliances and coalitions based on these findings. But if you don't mind me, these are some really, really interesting examples, Gavin, and I'll offer maybe just a sample of a few more. And again, this is a sample, so there are many, many NGOs. Within the report, there are 80 NGOs. We choose 80 NGOs, but there are many more that we could have focused on. We just had like 40 pages. We classified them in categories, which is, by the way, what the NGOs themselves don't do in the financial transparency system. There's a huge issue both in the domestic case and in the international case because the statistical authority, the statistical repository of data, lets these NGOs self-identify as NGOs. And that's a huge problem, as Thomas has just mentioned. And there's also no easy way to categorize them by what it is that they do within the actual system. So a lot of my work was to categorize. And within the first category, they have a lot of intersectional NGOs. They don't know what they do, or they do a lot of different things at once. We looked at one particular Uruguayan NGO called El Abrojo, which was simultaneously involved in campaigning for drug decriminalization, right? So the normalization of drugs, narcotics. They were involved in comprehensive sex education, so sex education for primary school children. They were involved in all sorts of neo-Marxist Latin American causes that had to do with Uruguay's past. So they did like the whole 9 yards, and it was very hard to know what it was that they were going to do with the money they were given, because there's no classification or breakdown. And then the second example that you gave, and those were two really good case studies, is the LGBTQ lobby. We had, as you mentioned, there was, I'll take a step back, but I think it's very important to understand that the standard format in which the EU gives money to NGOs abroad and specifically in Latin America, I'd say it's a very common format, is the multi-year, multi-actor project. So they release money in several phases, and there are many different actors tapping into a pot of money. The actual money that each partner gets, each NGO gets, is not disclosed. We don't know how much each gets. And by the way, there's bureaucratic intermediaries also sometimes, which I'll detail in a second. But they have these projects which, say, over 3 or 4 years, in Uruguay, for instance, this project called Horizonte de Libertades, Horizons of Freedom. This project assembled 4 different LGBTQ Uruguayan NGOs. And what was very interesting, and I'm really glad that you mentioned it, Gavin, is that the actual positive aspect is that they left behind a trail of literature that they produced as part of this project. One of the reports they put together was a report on trans corporalities in the penitentiary system in Uruguay. Another one was a board game. They did this thing called Trivia Diversa. They put together a board game which you could download and you could play with, and just basically moved across the transition of a person from man to woman. They had Angela Davis. Angela Davis, you've clarified that this is a very, very controversial figure who was paid to fly to Montevideo, Uruguay, to give a major speech, everything funded by the EU, by Horizonte de Libertades. This was the project. It even had a logo, Horizonte de Libertades, which above the 4 logos of the organizations. Angela Davis gave a speech on the International Day against race discrimination. And she gave a speech in Montevideo. She had been given a honoris causa doctorate by the University of Montevideo that same day. And the EU organized a massive PR campaign. The embassy, our embassy in Montevideo, organized a major PR campaign for her to get her message across. We funded the EU's also funded the NGO putting together a trans march in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. These are just examples within LGBTQ. But there's also another interesting project was Adelante con la Diversidad. This is a project in the Andes, again, a multinational project, 4 different NGOs, Bolivia, Peru, Colombia, and Ecuador. What was interesting about this one was that mediating between the EU and the NGOs, there was this thing called HIVOS. HIVOS is a different NGO. HIVOS is a Dutch NGO. It's a gongo. It's a Dutch gongo. But the Kingdom of Holland funds HIVOS as a sort of an arm of its foreign aid department within its ministry. And HIVOS had connections within the Andes with these NGOs. So HIVOS mediated between the EU and these 4 NGOs and got a cut from the actual subsidy. And what I thought was very interesting in this particular case was that the pitch for the project was we're fighting religious fundamentalism. We're seeing the rise of religious fundamentalist parties across Latin America, and that's why we need to bring LGBTQ and trans NGOs across borders. Then you had sexual and reproductive rights. Europeans have funded PROMSIX, which is one of the major pro-abortion NGOs in Latin America. Obviously, Planned Parenthood is big in Latin America, and so are some major national NGOs, but PROMSIX is one of them. They're the Peruvian pro-abortion NGO, and the EU is funding them while 2 of its staffers were being investigated for sexual abuse. And this was known in the Peruvian media. One of my favorite categories is indigenism, if you allow me, and I have just a couple of examples left to give. But indigenism is an interesting example because it really gives the example of what Thomas mentioned was this moral imperialism or cultural imperialism. So this idea of the noble savage. You have in remote areas of the Amazon in particular, but also across the region, you have communities, tribes that are said to be, by the EU, they're said to be voluntarily isolated. And so the EU funds NGOs that impede the governments, the states of these nations to approach these tribes. And by creating this separation, you create a major violence hazard. Actually, people have died by approaching these tribes because they've been removed for so long in the deepest recesses of the Amazon that when they do see civilization approach, they turn violent. And there was actually a really famous case. Alejandro Lavaca was a Spanish missionary who went there and who was killed in like 2 seconds. He approached a village and he was killed. He was killed instantly. And there was an NGO set up, which is funded by the EU, which is an indigenous NGO. So how about that for a contradiction? But they promote, EU-funded NGOs promote folk medicine, non-tested traditional indigenous medicine that wouldn't pass muster in any public hospital system, including in these countries. And to finish, one of the most important ones, I think, well, there's obviously migration, which is a really interesting case because these NGOs function in very similar ways to what they do in the EU, in border areas, in the Mediterranean, etc. And there are many of these NGOs in Central America. And the last example is obviously media NGOs. The EU funds many NGOs that are set to be combating disinformation, and they put out reports which libel us. We've been also slandered by some of these NGOs who put out reports against us. So yes, these are just some of the examples.
Great examples, yes. I mean, a wag might say that the European Union is doing no such thing for the indigenous peoples of Europe in terms of allowing them to self-separate. Sean, you are maybe a poacher turned gamekeeper? I don't know, maybe a poacher turned different kind of poacher. So you used to work for the NED through the IRI, the Republican arm of that institute. Just tell us a bit about what your daily life was like. I mean, we've definitely heard the case for the prosecution. What's the bigger picture in terms of what these kinds of values-oriented organizations are doing?
Okay. So I worked at the International Republican Institute for 5 years. Actually, my desk was right across the way from Paul McCarthy there. Got to know him very well. And I'm sure he would agree with me that one of the largest systemic problems within this whole NGO ecosystem was that there were very, very limited to no conservatives who were actually involved in IRI or any of the NGOs whatsoever. I mean, we had Republican in our name, we had Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher plastered everywhere in our offices, but literally almost no one came from a conservative background who worked there. So all the values that were at play there were automatically just assumed to be liberal, pro-democratic values. I joined IRI because I wanted to advocate for American policies and to strengthen Americans' foreign policy position around the world. I joined in 2019, and in doing that, I actually got a program funded by the NED called the Transatlantic Security Initiative, where basically I brought some think tankers, elected officials from across Europe. We took them to forward areas of operation for the NATO alliance, and we said, hey, all Europeans, you guys should pay a little more into NATO. We should work more together within the security alliance that we have. That's totally within the interests of the United States. What I saw happen was, while working on this program after Joe Biden was elected president in 2021, we saw sort of a blatant takeover of leftist and liberal ideals to where even if you're running a security program, you now had addendums and memorandums to where you had to report on things like pro-LGBTQIA 2S+. Yes, they made me memorize that whole acronym while I was working there. Within your program, for instance, a program I worked on for DRL, the Department of Human Rights and Labor at the State Department in 2022, which took place here in Hungary. We were doing a poll, and we were just trying to find the foreign policy preference of Hungarian citizens, especially when it came to relationships with China and the United States. That's totally within the United States' best interest. Hungary is an ally. Hungary is a huge trading partner. We want to know what they think about us and what they think about China. While conducting that program, the State Department required that we study how us asking questions about Hungary's relationship with the United States and China affected gender ideology and transgender rights in Hungary. I want you to think about that for a second. We were paying pollsters from Ipsos to conduct a poll here in Hungary to ask them a question of, what do you think of U.S. investment here? What do you think of Chinese investment here? What is your viewpoint on all this, and geopolitics? And we were studying the effects of asking those questions on gender ideology and trans rights in Hungary. It resulted in, I had to write a bonus 5-page report for the State Department. You know, I was being paid, $25 an hour at the time. I had to spend 5-6 hours writing a report that meant nothing, send it to my supervisor. He had to spend hours on it, on a report that meant nothing. Send it to our division head, spend a few hours on a report that meant nothing. Send it to the State Department, then someone paid $25 an hour, had to review it, and it's something that meant nothing, and it kicked up the chain, so on and so forth. Thousands of dollars just spent on a report that has nothing to do with what we were trying to accomplish. It's multiply that across every program, not just at IRI, but at every NGO. And there was a very good presentation this morning on the sort of NGOs that are funded by the National Endowment of Democracy, USAID. Some of the funding mechanisms were left off, like PAIRS and SEPs and things I wouldn't expect everyone hungry to know about, but it was such a larger ecosystem. And every single one of those NGOs who wanted to do a program, they had to adhere to these values. So it was, no matter what you were doing, if you're trying to promote America's security relationship, if you were trying to just get youth more active in debates and stuff in other countries, there was automatically an LGBTQ component built into the program. And it was completely and utterly ridiculous. And I talked to some people from the State Department, and it's like, this is a highly partisan issue in domestic politics. You're told that we can't really affect the domestic issues within a country, yet you're having us advocate for these issues that are completely domestic and aren't totally accepted. I mean, I'm Catholic and I'm very pro-life. I would always ask them, imagine if I had a program as part of my security program, I was advocating for the sanctity of human life and trying to defund Planned Parenthood and abortion clinics across Europe. There would be just tremendous amounts of backlash and things, and they would say, you can't affect the domestic issue in another country. It's like, well, that's what you're having us do by having all this. It's ridiculous. We did not have conservative representation, and it created this culture of where the values that we all sort of were pushing by default were democratic values. They were of liberals, of the most extreme. And from my perspective, working at IRI, the way I got hired by IRI is they needed someone with political skills. I'd run campaigns across the country. I used to work for an organization called the NRA, the National Rifle Association. For anyone who doesn't know what that is here, I'm sure you do. It's the pro-Second Amendment lobbying group in the United States. I was told to hide the fact that I worked for the NRA from my colleagues, because I was told a story that there was someone who was previously hired from the NRA at IRI, and they got bullied so much that they quit. So there was a real systemic problem of not a real representation of intellectual diversity, and the entire system was literally comprised of these lifelong bureaucrats who were overwhelmingly Democrat, who were using their power of not only the purse, but their power of sitting in these sort of places where they can make policies and regulations for these organizations to push their ideology.
Absolutely, yeah, and I can vouch for that. Myself and the Director of Research, Callum Nicholson, were at a course on think tanks a couple of weeks ago with think tankers from organisations all across the world, mostly sort of NGO sector, and out of about 40 attendees, we were the sort of two token conservatives. And, all very nice people. It was a bit of an adult playpen at times, all very kind of jolly hockey sticks, but you just sort of, they say, oh, where are you from? And you go, oh, Hungary, Budapest. They go, oh, Hungary. And you're just sort of constantly on the back foot. But what I'm hearing here is that there is a kind of values capture. I think we've kind of established that. So, is there a solution to that? Or were all the nice people on my course the other week simply need to be done out of a job because they're not going to change their fundamental structure? Is this about values or purpose, ultimately, is the question? Like, do we need better projects or better people running the projects? Is there actually an answer to this billion-dollar sector that employs, is basically a works program for just all of those people?
Well, I don't think it really is primarily about values, really. I mean, I think it really is about promoting the interests of the establishment and of the elite, and that is often done under the guise of certain values. And I'm not saying that, of course, there aren't individual people within that sector that are true believers, but I think often it's just instrumental. I think especially when you look at EU funding, that's very clear. Under the guise of value promotion, they're actually just promoting themselves, giving themselves more power, taking away more sovereignty from member states in Europe. So really often the whole value-based discourse, I think, is largely instrumental. But I think in general, I think governments and in this case supranational institutions like the European Union, well, I think it shouldn't exist at all. But I mean, given that it does exist, it certainly shouldn't engage in social engineering. This is what essentially we're talking about here. It is a form of top-down social engineering, and so I think. I can't see how you would reform it. Of course, one way of reforming it, as Paul suggested, is change the content of the value. And I think that's legitimate. I mean, that's one way of putting it, and that's clearly what Trump seems to want to do. I take a slightly more radical stance. I mean, I'm against foreign interference in general. Whether it comes under the guise of left wing or more conservative values, because I would consider. The Trump government, massively supporting conservative NGOs and think tanks in a country that's governed by a progressive government, an equally bad form of foreign interference, which I think, just shouldn't be. I think we should be upholding the principle of sovereignty in a principled manner, and I think it should apply across the board. And so I would like to see less of these forms of, governments should have no business going into other countries and trying to influence the views of those citizens there. I mean, I think, I think that's sort of the stance that I would take and what I would advocate for. And so when we look at in the EU programs like SERVE, they serve no real purpose. No real positive purpose, at least. And so, as was mentioned this morning, if you want to help, then get into actual infrastructure. That's the only form of foreign engagement I would support. But we shouldn't be governments shouldn't be in the business of imposing values on third countries. Let alone should the EU be in the business of trying to impose its values on member states, which in theory it should simply, whose values it should reflect, in theory. But now we have this complete inversion, and so I think, the situation is highly problematic, especially in the European Union, because it is this unique. This very unique institutional architecture, and it's very hard to get out of it. It's very hard for a country like Hungary, to be within the European Union and to try to counter these forms of pressure, because you have to abide by a whole set of rules, which is why when a country like Hungary introduces a law, which tries to sort of bring to the surface the foreign-funded NGO complex, it is immediately attacked. Oh, you're attacking the rule of law, you're attacking democracy, you're attacking civil society, and so it's very hard. But I think things are improving, not only in terms of the shutdown of USAID, but also within Europe. We see more and more countries, or within the wider European area, even if not necessarily the EU, we see governments becoming more and more aware of how this works. And so, Hungary is a great example with the NGO transparency law, but we're seeing similar moves being taken even by countries outside the EU that have been targeted by EU foreign influence, like in Georgia, where the EU has tried to engineer regime change through its sort of foreign-funded NGOs and media there. And we're seeing similar efforts in other countries. So we do see a heightened emphasis across the board on the question of sovereignty. And I think countries have to really wisen up to that this is the way in which sort of the elite power networks operate these days. It's through these surreptitious forms of influence. And today it's not just the media. Fake civil society is a key way in which power operates today. And I think any government that cares about sovereignty has to become sort of very deeply aware of this and take measures against it.
Yes, and I mean, I guess to get on to Jorge, I mean, the term that hasn't quite come up yet is colour revolution, but that was almost what you were hinting at there in that last statement. It's the sense that there are fake civil society organisations that are there because they are promoting a certain set of values, and in an intense political situation, those values can become intensely political. So I guess the question is, diplomacy happens through many channels. Should it happen through those sorts of channels? Where is the line between diplomacy and something that might be called foreign interference?
Yeah. Well, actually, in what we saw in the kind of the extensive research that I did for this report was really, not just foreign interference. I think we should even take a step further and in some instances call it lobbying. I mean, I'll give one example of how aid to these NGOs often turns into pressure against particular governments, not just in a sort of let's stoke a color revolution kind of way, but let's bend the arm of the Paraguayan government, for instance. I'll give this particular example with Paraguay. I'll take a step back, as you know, and Thomas has mentioned it, there has been an effort in some nations to have transparency laws. Actually, the EU has been the architect of such an effort, Africa Target, and I want to have a word later about reciprocity. So much of the aid the EU gives would not pass the muster in its own transparency system. If domestic NGOs were receiving that aid, they wouldn't be able to register it. There would be so many hurdles as opposed to the NGOs abroad to which the EU gives money, where in countries in which there's no transparency system, this is done very easily. On the question of interference and lobbying, I wanted to give the example of Paraguay. There are two nations in the region that I look at which have had transparency laws. Obviously, there are nations abroad. We've heard a lot, obviously, about Hungary. Georgia is another example. But in this region, there are two. One of them is Peru. That's a very particular case because Peru set up a registered and limited, and bureaucratically limited, it basically set up transparency requirements for NGOs getting foreign money that were advocating for the guilt of the Peruvian state in an international trial that was going on at the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. That's a very specific case. There was a case at the Inter-American Court of Human Rights where the Peruvian state stood accused of human rights abuses in the 90s, where it waged a war under the Fujimori regime against guerrillas, very violent guerrillas. Many people disappeared. And it was done well into the 90s as opposed to many other military regimes in the region that ended in the 70s and 80s. So that was a very particular case, and that's why I put Peru aside, even though it was a transparency law. The interesting case is Paraguay. Paraguay, we've done a fair amount of engagement with the Paraguayan government, and I think Danube has as well. It's a very interesting case. This is a small, landlocked country of 10 million, very similar to Hungary in those two respects. And also in the fact that it's been, I think even more than Hungary, it's been prey to empires in the 19th and 20th centuries. So the interesting thing about Paraguay is that it has had, for most of its democratic history since the 80s, it has had one party rule the country, one democratic party win elections, with one interlude by a left-wing party. But the Partido Colorado has been the ruling party because it wins democratic elections. It's a popular party. They started working on a transparency law a few years ago, which is very similar to the Georgian law and to the Hungarian law. which basically sets up a register, a public register, whereby if a given NGO wants to get funds from abroad, it needs to declare them. This is not a prescriptive law. It doesn't say that it shouldn't receive them. It says that it should declare them. And the moment, this was right around the time when Santiago Peña, current president Santiago Peña, came back to power in 2023. And there was an effort towards this bill because there had been, obviously, USAID. There had been a massive trail of influence by USAID against Colorado, against the Colorado government and of the EU. And so once this bill, gets filed, there's like a bicameral back and forth. People start debating it. We see EU money to Paraguayan NGOs skyrocket. And it went primarily to media NGOs that were waging this fight against the Paraguayan government on the grounds that this transparency law was stigmatizing them, as Thomas has said, was stigmatizing them. It was an anti-NGO effort, anti-civil society effort. And you need to look at it as lobbying by the EU, because what the transparency law would have done is it would have exposed the EU. It was the EU that was giving money to these NGOs. So the EU was lobbying. It really was kind of a very similar mechanism, only that NGOs were the vehicle. So yes, I'm very much in favor of the interference or even lobbying thesis. Now, in terms of if I can have a brief word about your overall question, and I do think it is the question of the day: what is to be done? Like, what is the roadmap? Well, in our case, I mean, you could begin, and I think this is Thomas's effort, which I think is commendable because it's harder, is working from the EU. And I think here we have like two scenarios. When I started working on this issue, you'll probably either corroborate this or refute it, but there seemed to be a time when the EPP was kind of getting closer to our view on NGOs, right? I mean, there was a time when, right, you had the right-wing NGO against the right-wing case against left-wing NGOs. That's a very clear case. It's a cultural war case. It's a political case. But you also had the watchdog case. Why should taxpayer money go to these NGOs? Even if I may support gender ideology, why should my money fund it? I think the watchdog argument is a lot weaker now than it was a year or two ago. I think some of the EPP lawmakers that were involved in this, the CSU, the German CSU MEP who chaired the budget committee in the European Parliament, I don't hear him talk about this so much anymore. And I think the reason is because this NGO issue has become tied up in the cultural wars. So if you stand for transparency, you're a nut job on the right. You're a radical. There's no watchdog argument. There's no like sensible free market government responsibility kind of argument for cutting this fire hose of money. This is my sort of pessimistic note. So what we had to deal with was, look, if there's this pessimistic scenario in Europe, how about we build alliances in the countries where this money is going? And that's the kind of alliance that we've tried to build with right-wing forces in Latin America. And actually, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to play a role. I'm not sure that any of us can really play a role there. But there has been an effort for transparency. So our report basically gives the data on where the money has gone. And through our alliances, I think there is an effort and an awareness that, hey, actually we need to have these transparency frameworks across the region. So I think that's where, short of establishing EU Doge, which is Thomas's cherished idea, I think that's another angle that we can look towards. And we can have these alliances, and we need these transparency, because when you spark this debate about transparency in those regions, the EU has to show its true colors, right? That's where it shows its true colors, like we saw in Paraguay. Because while the bill was being debated, it amped up its support of Paraguayan NGOs against the transparency, and so I think that's the other way to go. And there are many leaders and movements that are willing to hear this message, that are willing to work with Europeans to have this this connection both at the sending end and at the receiving end of this dark money. I think Mr. Laszlo is also, I think, thinking along these lines. And And there needs to be this system, and they have their own problems in the region. With the Inter-American Court of Human Rights is also financed in very shady manners, so they have that sort of regional problem. But nationally, I would like to see us help them build a system where they can. It's really funny how the EU calls it democracy shield, because they need a shield as well. We need to have reciprocity. We need to have a kind of a mutually reinforcing shield where they get to, but they need our help, because unfortunately they're not aware of the, I mean, this will sound paternalistic, but when we went to these countries and we explained the problem, many people were surprised.
Can I just add on the Counter Democracy Shield as MCC Brussels, we have launched this Democracy Interference Observatory, which does just this. The idea, beginning with the upcoming Hungarian election, we will track and expose EU electoral interference in Hungary and elsewhere. So they've got all these electoral integrity programs, which are actually a way of interfering in elections. So we're kind of using their tools and turning them against them by keeping an eye on them, and we're having quite some success with it so far.
Okay, democracy shield. Democracy trebuchet, maybe? I'm not sure. We'll work on the marketing, but it sounds like a great idea. Sean, the view from MAGA, the view from America. So we had Sarah B. Rogers in town a couple of weeks ago, and she was forced to deny, I'm not quite sure what the net result of that was, that the Trump administration was going to be seed funding various sort of what you might call civilizationist think tanks within the European continent, that there would be a focus on truly fundamental rights and right to free expression and those sorts of things being first amongst them. I guess my first question is that a solution more of the same but different? And then I guess more generally, what do you think about that question of where is a color revolution and where is just hanging out?
Okay. A little loaded question there. But so when I worked for the Trump campaign, and as a director of all things, and people used to find out what I did working for IRI, they would get a funny look on their face, like, what? You were part of the problem. Yeah, I was. The MAGA is not very receptive to funding any sort of democracy, NGOs, things, anything abroad. They see that as the definition of the swamp. They see that as the definition of the thing that most needs to go. And I got so many phone calls and text messages of constituents celebrating when USAID was canceled. Now, that's not to say, real quick, let me just draw a distinction here. That's not to say that these Americans oppose like USAID programs where we would actually feed hungry children, heal the sick. There was a program run out of the Jimmy Carter Center out of Atlanta. Jimmy Carter Center, it's a leftist organization, but they had a program where they would heal river blindness. It's a completely curable, preventable disease. Trump supporters, they support, let's give money to help some kids see in a country where there's a preventable disease and give them sight back. They're totally fine with that. They don't like they don't like messing with the domestic affairs of other countries. They don't like getting involved in what they would say is, Europe's problem or any other problem. So any sort of MAGA supporter would be highly skeptical of any American funding going into, a European ecosystem of NGOs or think tanks. Now, I do believe there is going to be a revival of what the original mission of USAID was at some point, and it probably will happen during the Trump administration, whether it's going to be called Trump Aid or USA or USA 2.0, MAG Aid. I don't know. what the American people are going to support is any of these sort of programs being clearly within the national interest of the United States. Similar to what I was talking about earlier with the Transatlantic Security Initiative. You know, when I explained that to MAGA voters where I said, well, I was actually in Europe trying to get more European support for NATO and get them to pay more for the bill. They're like, oh no, that was money well spent. Yeah, we should do that a little more. But when it comes to, you know, the majority of funding, they're very highly skeptical. And you're probably going to see some pushback in the United States if that is the plan to do any of that. And what was you saying?
Well, I guess this is just the general case, you know, as the other two have spoken on. Yeah. I mean, I just wanted to ask in particular, there is, last week it popped up in the news that the US government has created a portal called freedom.gov, whereby Europeans can view material that is censored under the, I guess in the UK it's the Online Harms Act, in Europe I think it's the Digital Services Act, that is now banned on the continent. Yeah. I don't know, is that classed as interference?
I would say that's more classed of you're welcome, Europe. For that, fighting against fascism and adhering to real American values. I wouldn't say that obviously coming from a totally partisan MAGA perspective, I wouldn't see that as partisan whatsoever. I see it as a very fun, cheeky way of promoting American values.
And those values as they are. Thomas, let's get back to the specific question of where we are, which is in Hungary and Slovakia. So we have a report available in the foyer by a researcher of ours called Michael O'Shea, which details basically what has happened in Hungary and Slovakia in recent times. There's amounts, I think the sort of headline findings is sort of 30 million in Slovakia and 40 million in Hungary, directly to do with democracy promotion. One of the Slovakian examples was that they were busing university students across the border to vote in the Slovakian elections. And who are university students in Slovakia? Well, they are inevitably the people who will vote for the leftist anti-government parties. Many other examples. What is the particular case within these two rogue states within the Confederacy? And, you know, how is Hungary and Slovakia managing that relationship?
Well, yes, I think one of the most disturbing trends that we're seeing is that we're moving beyond simple propaganda and censorship, which, you know, happens sort of broadly all the time in the European Union, precisely because, in a way, despite the huge amount of, and this is an interesting aspect, and it's, you know, in a way, despite all the, and again, if one wants to be slightly optimistic, despite all the efforts and the resources they pour into trying to engineer public opinion, it's not working that well for them. Because we know that, you know, Eurosceptic movements and parties are rising, and conservative parties are rising everywhere. So, you know, these propaganda efforts aren't working that well, or not as well as they would like them to do. I mean, what ultimately, you know, one of the main purposes that these operations have to serve is to influence the outcome of elections, clearly. And that's working less and less, which is why we are now seeing the EU escalating into direct electoral interference in democratic processes. And the most obvious example, obviously, was the Romanian elections that were held just over a year ago, where they literally cancelled, annulled an entire election on completely unsubstantiated grounds of alleged foreign Russian interference in the election. It didn't happen. I mean, they literally made that up so they could cancel an election and then bar the guy who had won the election from running altogether when they eventually held new elections. This is how bad it's got in the EU. I mean, this is straight up, destruction of democracy. I mean, there's no other way of putting it. So this is how bad it's got, and we got some very useful info about the Romanian elections in the House Judiciary Committee report on European interference, where they got internal documents from TikTok. So this alleged Russian campaign was supposed to have happened on TikTok, and we see in the GOP report we find internal communications from TikTok where TikTok went to the European Commission and said, "Look, we have no evidence of this supposed Russian, orchestrated campaign that you're talking about." So the European Commission knew from the start that this was completely made up, because TikTok, the company that was supposed to have been involved in this Russian disinformation campaign, told them there was no evidence of this, and still they went ahead and canceled the elections anyway. So EU electoral interference is a very serious issue, precisely because the old propaganda tools aren't working anymore, which is why, for example, in the Digital Services Act, the DSA, which is a primary online censorship tool that the EU has, there are specific programs and specific tools that kick in under election. So under election, the monitoring powers and interference powers of bodies like the DSA are heightened, are increased. They kick into what they call rapid response mode, and this means you can censor stuff more quickly and more easily on social media and elsewhere. So I think this is a real issue, for example, in the upcoming Hungarian elections, which is why we've set up this monitor, precisely to monitor these elections and future elections, because this is something that I think we will see more and more of. And I think what is interesting is that, we obviously, I'm not taking the credit, it's not our monitor that has resulted in this, but I think we can clearly see that the EU is resorting less and less to overt interference. So we can see that the EU bodies and EU institutions and officials are staying clear of the Hungarian elections. I mean, they're not saying anything openly, while in the past they would have maybe openly endorsed the opposition candidate. They're not doing that anymore. So I think the good sign is that, even they are realizing that these tools that this provokes a backlash, but of course they've still got the back channels tools. They've still got the overt tools, and that includes the EU-funded and foreign-funded media, the foreign-funded NGOs. They will try to influence the outcome of these elections. I think we have to be very aware of that. And I don't know that much about the Slovakian case, but I can imagine it's very much the same logic. When there's a government that is misaligned with the EU's agenda, you throw everything you've got at those governments, and so it's becoming increasingly hard for governments to be within the EU and even have a slightly critical vision of the EU's agenda and of the EU's policies, because they will throw everything they have at you, from censorship, propaganda, and of course withholding EU funds, which is another kind of form of pressure that of course has been used against Hungary and Poland.
Yes, I guess the other stick that has been used to beat Hungary is the LGBTQ question. Obviously, Viktor Orban says that love is love, but marriage is an institution. That is his position. He's won several elections on the trot on that basis. So, Jorge, maybe if you want to step into those waters, what happens when value systems collide at a supranational and a national level?
Well, one of the things I learned from doing this report, which I've mentioned already several times, I don't want to bore people. The report is actually available at the entrance, but I do think the Latin American case is a good case study of this problem. The EU itself recognizes that it shares a destiny, a democratic destiny with Latin America. It doesn't speak of Latin America in the way that it speaks of India, or it says Latin America is a Western bloc, they, in some ways, it's almost like they wish it didn't, because it really is a Western bloc, and it really does have Western values. what I've noticed from working on this report is that there's not that much of a prejudice or a predisposition against right-wing efforts at transparency. So if you went to Paraguay and you said, oh, this is a Russian law, people wouldn't really care. Okay, it's a Russian law. I mean, Russia's far away. But there's also not a necessarily good predisposition towards EU aid. When you actually unpack it to people and explain what the aid is actually doing and what the NGOs are actually doing with the aid, then I think things start to change and the perception of these values that are being imposed begins to change. Even though maybe at a primary level, the EU has a positive connotation. I mean, the EU is very positively connoted. It connotes high culture, wrongly, but it connotes high culture for people in Latin America. Humanism, European civilization. But I think when you actually do the unpacking, a lot of interesting reactions emerge. Now, if I'm allowed, I wanted to make one quick comment about the institutional design of the EU and why it does these things. Because if it is being very hard to fix this problem, this is a very tough nut to crack. If it is being very hard to fix this problem, then at least the problem itself gives us information about the way the EU works. And I'll give you one example, which is the Court of Auditors. Mr. Laszlo mentioned the last report that was put out by the ECA, that was last year, that was in April last year. There was a previous report from 2018, which basically none of the problems that were pointed at in that earlier report had been solved. Very few of them. I mean, the 2025 report says the problem remains. What I find really interesting is that the Court of Auditors is not a real court. I mean, in member states, right, you do have courts of auditors, right? You have auditors who are able to launch judicial proceedings. They're courts. They're able to look at spending, and if they do find that based on the budget that had been approved by Parliament, some of the departments or ministries or authorities have not been spending it the way they should have, they can launch proceedings. They are a judicial authority. The ECA is not a judicial authority. They don't have that jurisdictional function. They just do external audits. And that really, I think, is an interesting. I may be digressing, but I do think it's an interesting example of the contradictions the EU is in. Because on one hand, the EU tries to nullify democratic will and democratic accountability. But one of the ways it usually does this is through judicial review, is by empowering unelected judges. But here, it doesn't even have judges. It's just the executive arm spends, and it's just like an autopilot. And actually, that's a word that came up during the report, which we did, which was that people were asking us, in Spain and other countries, how can this be stopped? Well, actually, it's a bureaucratic autopilot. I mean, this is like the EU embassies feeding information about the NGOs on the ground because they have them mapped out. They have the lists of the actors. They send it to Brussels, and INPA, which is the Department for International Partnerships, approves the grants. It's like, yeah, right. There's no judicial review. There's obviously no democratic accountability. There's no real lawmaking control either. I mean, it's obviously Mr. Laszlo is doing an incredible job with questions to the Commission in the Parliament, fielding questions to the Commission in the Parliament. But really, this is a bureaucratic autopilot, which is a digression from your earlier question. I'm sorry about it, Gavin, but I did want to get a word in. In terms of the values and the LGBTQ, I was really struck by the disparity of the values. I mean, in no Latin American country, when you mention a trans march or trans corporalities or doing, or any sort of neo-Marxist, the neo-Marxist omnicause, as they call it, when you mention it, it really there's a negative predisposition against it. It's a more family-based society. It's a model based on family values, and it's a more conservative society. So actually, that's why the EU is spending so much money on changing the society. That is a problem. And many of these countries, the developing countries, actually, the poorer countries in the region, are actually aware of this. And that's why they fight it so hard, because they feel like they're exploited. Like I mentioned Paraguay, right? If you listen to Paraguayan lawmakers, they'll tell you actually the reason the EU goes against us and not against Chile so much is because we are really we're one of the poorest nations in the hemisphere, And that's why the money that the EU gives conditionally, because that's the other problem, is the conditional grants to the binational aid. So the EU also gives money to the Paraguayan state, or offers money to the Paraguayan state, conditional on them implementing gender ideology. And the Paraguayan government is very much aware that they are prey to this blackmail because they are conservative and poor.
Absolutely, yes. And I mean, the extreme version of that is what happened in Uganda, where the European Union went in with various kind of gay rights programs, etc., and the very anti-gay president, Yoweri Museveni, accused them of European homosexuals recruiting in Africa. So, I guess there's a lot of that tension in that, like, your best laid plans can actually be literally counterproductive. Sean, did you ever see anything, that was genuinely counterproductive in your time in the NED? And then I guess to sort of round things out before we move to questions, I want to ask everyone a little bit about Hungary Helps, which is a bilateral aid program. We'll get onto it in more detail in the afternoon, but it is strictly kind of government to government. We give you aid for this, and it's very purposive. They promote Christianity or the rights of Christians in certain enclaves of the world. Is that a better solution?
So, when you say counterproductive, again, you have to understand with its NGO frameworks, there are really 5 main funding sources. The NED is one of them, National Endowment Democracy, which started by Ronald Reagan after he gave a big famous speech at Westminster, and I know Paul knows the full story and history being part of IRI of that too. You had USAID, you had DRL, you had the PAIRS mechanism, which was from the State Department, and then we had this sort of collective USAID sort of mechanism that we called SEPs, that all the NGOs went together to say we're going to work together on a project so that we don't have to compete against each other, basically, and guarantee we all get funding. The big problems weren't necessarily coming from the NED side, from what I was seeing. The biggest problems were coming really from DRL after President Biden had taken over. When you're talking about what's the fruitless work, pushing the LGBTQ ideology, putting all of these sort of addendums on programs that have nothing to do with the program you're working on. That mostly came from the USAID and the DRL part of it. Not saying that NED didn't have problems or anything. It's just from my personal experience, when I was working on the NED program, I wasn't running into as much of that, Not to say that there weren't people there, but when it comes to, Hungry Helps and like what was better, the Hungry Helps model absolutely is, far better, and it promotes sort of a bilateral cooperation, and it's not just sort of talking to someone, it's talking with, and it's also doing something, the corporal acts of mercy, which are, far more important than doing sort of these gender ideology-based, theoretical frameworks. Where would you rather your money go to? So I think that should.
Yeah, great. Jorge?
Actually, I have little to add, but I did want to mention perhaps one point. It has to do with transparency. I sort of want to get in the perspective of sometimes we think that lack of transparency is lack of information, that opaqueness is like silence. It's like we don't know what they're doing, there's no information. Actually, the reports that I think we're having to put together and release are doing, we're having to do a lot of digging. And one of the things that I found out, actually that was very interesting to me was that in the case of Latin America, so every time the EU holds a summit with FELAC is the bloc, it's like a left-wing bloc in Latin America, a left-wing bloc of states with which the EU holds bilateral summits. The last one was in November. We released a report in July. The last EU-FELAC summit was held in November in Santa Marta, Colombia. And for the third time, there's been many EU-FELAC meetings in the past, but for the third time only, the summit was preceded by a civil society forum. And that's where you have bureaucrats flying out to Colombia to meet with NGOs. And that's where you have the nexus come alive. That's where you see them talk. And I actually had to follow. It was like a 1.5-day program, and it was live streamed. So that's just like Lenin said, the bourgeois class will give us the rope to hang them. Like, they're live streaming the proceedings. So I tuned in, and what I found really, really interesting was that over several panels, you had always a bureaucrat from INPA, from the International Partnerships Directorate within the Commission, which approves these grants. And you had leaders from NGOs, which are going to receive the money. And many times during the panels, the question from the moderator was, well, so what are you hoping to get over the next year? What are you hoping to get over the next 5 years? Well, would like to have this, this, and that. Well, that gives me a lot of things to chew on. That gives me a lot of material to think about. I mean, there's that nexus which comes alive sometimes, and I found out about it in Santa Marta, because the other thing that I forgot to mention, and you'll excuse me, Gavin, but this is, I think, an important point which has not been mentioned in the context of EU aid. I don't know so much about USAID, but in the context of EU aid, so much of the aid to NGOs happens within bi-regional or binational frameworks. When the EU signs a deal with another nation or another bloc, they agree to have aid to NGOs. And that's what makes it so political, too. We've just had an EU-Mercosur agreement, and as part of that, there's going to be tons of money to NGOs over the next few years. So
sub-grants?
Pardon?
Sub-awards, sub-grants?
Sub-grants, yeah. I mean, so there are pre-existing networks of NGOs which, during this entire process of negotiating the EU-Mercosur agreement, the agreement was that a plank of the agreement was going to be NGOs, but this is also the case with EU Central America and many binational agreements. And the NGOs are vetted by oftentimes left-wing autocratic regimes in the region, like Brazil. They hold up the NGOs on a platter, like, these are the ones you should fund. Same thing with Cuba. EU has an association agreement with Cuba, and it gives money to Cuban NGOs. There is no such thing as a Cuban NGO. That's such a contradiction in terms. And so a lot of it happens within bi-regional or binational frameworks that makes it even more political. This is not aid to civil society. This is aid to governments that use civil society to prop up their system.
Yeah. So I guess the picture's mixed in that regard. Thomas?
No, I mean, I think it might be interesting to listen to the audience. I'll just say that we focus on NGOs, but NGOs are just one plank of a much wider, especially when it comes to the EU, of a much wider, what I in my reports call, it's an EU, NGO, media, academia complex. Because the EU doesn't just fund NGOs, it also funds media quite generously. I think the AFP was mentioned this morning, like why is USAID, I think, funding AFP? Well, the EU funds every single major news agency in Europe to the tune of millions of dollars. And every major public broadcaster is funded by the European Union. And unlike the classic funding mechanism that public broadcasters usually operate under, which is, I'll give you money, and formally there are no strings attached. There is no editorial interference, even though we know that public broadcasters do tend to be biased. But in the case of EU funding, these are project-led funding mechanisms, just like, for universities. And so, you get money to implement a specific program. And so you have, outlets and news agencies taking money from the EU to promote specific policies. That's in the grant. You've got to promote the EU's cohesion policies or whatever. And the same we see in academia. And so this is one single complex, really, where each part of the complex sort of supports the other, and so these various, the various parts of the complex reinforce each other. And so I think it's also important to go beyond just NGOs, because it's not just about NGOs. In the case of the EU, it's NGOs, it's media, it's academia, it's think tanks. Think tanks, especially defense and security think tanks, of course, play a huge role now. And have for the past few years as a result of the Ukraine war. And so if you look at these think tanks that are out there, always pushing for more war, they're all funded by governments and by NATO. So this is also very relevant in the Hungarian context, of course. And then, so these are state-funded think tanks that produce research on why war is great, which then governments, use to legitimize their own policies. And it's really a self-reinforcing cycle, or self-licking ice cream, as some have called it.
An NGO-industrial complex, indeed. Okay, we've got 12 minutes left on the clock, so I think it's time for some questions. You'll have to wait for the microphone. Oh, we've got a good few questions coming. Wow, okay. Dr. Eric, could you briefly step in there? And then we'll take, I think, I'm just going to take sort of right to left here. So yourself and the gentleman next to you, and then right to left.
Thank you, Gavin. Thank you, Gavin. Thanks, Gavin.
Thank you.
Erik Hendricks, visiting fellow at the Danube Institute. I must first of all say this was a very powerfully insightful panel. Learned a lot. I have a question for Mr. Fazi, because I'm also a fan of your many tweets and articles. Now, I wanted to experimentally try out a black-pilled line of thought on the EU and how it manufactured civil society. Now, I agree with the panelists and also with Jorge very much that the EU is funding ridiculous things, and it's, as you mentioned, Mr. Fazi, it's also even interfering in elections, so it shouldn't do those things. But specifically on the point of the manufactured civil society, right? You're coming from an Anglosphere perspective, an Anglosphere expectations of what a civil society should be. If you look at the actual history of Europe, continental Europe, Northern Europe, we have a French state centralism, Prussian bureaucracy, and...
brief question, Eric, please.
Very brief.
Thank you.
Getting to it. And the federalism of the Holy Roman Empire. These are the actual legacies that we have. So one way of looking at it is to say, hey, this is who we are, and we've manufactured a civil society to appease Anglosphere democratic normative expectations. But maybe everyone, in terms of this manufactured civil society, maybe the EU is supposed to do the Dutch state. So I'm Dutch. The Dutch state does the same thing, right? We have a state-centric system, and our NGOs are gongos, right? So maybe that's just what Europe is all about. We're about gongos and central states.
I'll just say that when for decades you've tried to implement an unprecedented, neo-imperial supranational project that doesn't enjoy popular support, you really need to engineer civil society, because it's not got your back, and it never has really,
Thank you. Okay, next question is at the far corner there, that lady on the end. I do love the fact that we've made gongo happen. I've never heard it before. Is this a coinage, or is it something I'm just not hip to?
It's a thing.
Right. Okay.
Hi, thank you. So you talked about neo-Marxism. I don't think Marx ever advocated like lesbian rights or anything to do with like drug usage. So obviously, when we talk about the EU, it's not about people's welfare that we talk about. Or these NGOs are not promoting people's lifestyles. These NGOs, the EU, when we talk about it, I don't think anyone is under the illusion that it's the EU. Like, we all know these are like private corporations, big pharmaceutical companies, like Rheinmetall, like various big corporations that are behind these fundings. So do we know anything about the donors? Like, have you done any research into where this money comes from and how, like, legally or kind of regulatorily, like, these fundings could be stopped from the source? So, obviously, like, from these, like, big corporations who are ultimately the beneficiaries and who will be enjoying this kind of civil unrest or whatever, like, these NGOs are producing.
Well, what you see, I think, across the developing world, certainly in Latin America, is that of the 1 billion euros that were given over a decade to NGOs across these 25 countries, there's actually a big chunk that goes to large global philanthropic networks. These are very wealthy institutions, and I think this kind of goes in the line that you've hinted at. And I've never understood that. Why does the EU give money to, obviously the Open Society, or, why does the EU give money to large, wealthy, New York-based, philanthropies and oftentimes it's also, by the way, it's reciprocal. So the EU funds left-wing activism in the United States, and USAID used to fund left-wing activism in Europe. But I do think you're right that it's not always kind of grassroots, hard-left activist NGOs. These are just the ones that we focused in our report. But if you look at the 1 billion, there are many of these bureaucratized, professionalized, transnational networks that have offices across the world that are able to lobby governments, and you do wonder, why is the EU funding this? I mean, but it's almost like you could almost ask, which one should be cut first, right? I think the neo-Marxist NGOs, and we say neo-Marxist because it's kind of identity politics, and it's stoking resentment, and it's like the new Omni cause, right? But I do think that these ones it's very urgent to cut the funding right away, instantly, all of it. Like all of these hard left NGOs, there's no argument to be had. I mean, they're hard left activists. They're spilling a poison in the societies in which they inhabit. So I don't see an argument for having an argument about this. As for the other kinds of actors, I don't see a point for it either. I don't see why the EU should fund wealthy institutions that have wealthy donors. I mean, if they do have wealthy donors in the United States and rich countries, maybe even in Europe, why should the taxpayer top up those endowments, right? So yeah, that's my. As for the corporate element of your question, so you do have a problem with some NGOs that are not well classified. So maybe they're in our data set there were chambers of commerce. They shouldn't be there in that they shouldn't receive. They're not NGOs. They shouldn't receive money. But at the same time. I don't really see it as a corporate problem. I'm not like a neoliberal shill. Neither are you. Especially you. You're not a neoliberal. I'm not a neoliberal either. But I don't think this is a problem of corporate influence. I think this is a problem of ideological influence by grassroots radicalized people who have found in the EU a livelihood, and we just need to think of ways to cut the money instantly.
Thank you, gentleman next to her.
Hi, I'm Csaba. I'm a journalist in Budapest. I think there is a structural problem here that we didn't yet mention. So when these NGOs are legitimating their presence in this country or in other countries in Eastern Europe or in the European Union in general, they would say they are involved in education, housing, social services, all areas, especially in Eastern Europe, that has been severely rolled back after 1990, and especially after the EU integration, these have not been re-established. So they're very much in the NGO model is very much involved in kind of at least symbolically making up for that kind of lack of proper services on that used to be done by the state. So isn't just the general answer is just if the state gets back to those areas of life with proper services, isn't that just the answer to just make these NGOs completely or more useless in the eyes of the society? Because obviously if they have election interference or political interference goals, then surely, just the answer has to be on the society, on the social services, housing and education funding side.
Sean?
Well, I think the major systemic problem is that most funding doesn't go to NGOs that deal with the issues you're talking about. They go to political activist organizations, whether in this country or throughout the entire European Union or the world. The reason I brought up the Carter Center earlier when I was talking about an example of an NGO in the United States, they actually do a corporal act of mercy that most people agree with, regardless of their partisan stance. They understand it was a library started by a Democrat president, Jimmy Carter, but they're doing some stuff that deals with, river blindness, diseases and stuff, of course, as an American, you think, yeah, I'm okay with my tax dollars going to affect that. One of the problems, especially with SERVE, is that they're not funding NGOs that are doing corporal acts of mercy. They're not doing things like what Hungry Helps does, helping make sure that people can live better lives. They are solely funding politically active organizations that are involved in sort of the domestic debate over issues these elites in the European Commission signals are what important. That's the whole problem. And coming from a Politico standpoint, someone involved, what I encourage every European to do, this should inspire you to get involved in your elections to say, hey, enough is enough. We want funding to go to not preach at us, but to actually affect the way that we live. That's what I think ultimately needs to happen, but I'm a foreigner looking in. So.
Okay, I think we've got time for one more very quick question under the wire and a very quick answer.
Thank you very much. So I'll be quick. As Thomas has also mentioned before, these funds are in... so the European Commission has direct oversight over these funds. And in view of this, I would like to ask you, what's your opinion, all of the panelists, about the solution? So how could this be solved? How could this bureaucratic autopilot, as Jorge mentioned, could be stopped? And if it's doable before 2029, or only at 29 when the new European Commission comes into position?
Okay, I guess the key point there is, can we do it before 2029? Can we get in under the wire? Or are we just kind of doomed to roll on until then?
Well, no, I mean, they're actually increasing funding to NGOs at the moment. So funding is destined to increase. And in fact, we know that, and this is partly a response and a reaction to the shutdown of USAID. So we know that the European Commission has kind of stepped in to fill the gap left by USAID. So we are seeing an increase in funding. And so, no, I mean, I think there's not going to be any rollback. And so, what can we do? Work at all levels, I mean, all the way, but I think ultimately it's at the national level that we can have an impact. It's, individual governments are the ones that can have the biggest impact. It's not by slightly changing the majority in the European Parliament, I think, that you'll achieve serious change. So, change happens at the national level in Europe. And just briefly, I mean, I totally agree with what Csaba was saying. I mean, I thought an important point that maybe has gone unmentioned here is that it's not that we're not against NGOs that are doing good work. And in fact, I think the fake NGOs and the fake civil society are harming genuine NGOs as well that are doing genuine NGO work. And in fact, it's kind of sad to not see more genuine NGOs get on board with us, because I think they're among the first victims of this system.
Well, this is it, the crowding out effect. It's a positive note to leave on. That's all the time we have for today, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, and thanks to my panelists.
So this panel discussion will be focusing on positive aid structures and systems that have been very successful in the past couple of decades. In order to discuss the topic, we have Tristan Azbay, Secretary of State for the Aid of Persecuted Christians of the Government of Hungary, Reverend Father Peter Babagandi Audu, Chief Executive Officer of the Catholic Caritas Foundation of Nigeria, Nicholas Naquin, a colleague here at the Danube Institute, and Daniel Farkas, who is a research fellow at the Danube Institute and who have contributed to the panel and to the report that has been published very recently. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Noemi. for the introduction. So we've talked a lot about how problematic is the current aid industry globally, and what structural problems have the sector have. And so we will try to focus on what's next, how to solve it, what models exist to solve it, and how Hungary helps, how the experience of Hungary helps can contribute to it. And so my first question to you all would be, if we are reforming if we are cutting out these NGOs that the previous panelists talked about, and we are focusing on such programs than Hungary helps or other bilateral programs, how they will be more efficient? So what is the key selling point of them that makes it really a good place to go after this NGO industrial complex, frankly? So maybe State Secretary.
Thank you, Reverend Fathers, these ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is a great honor for me to serve on this very distinguished panel. This is something that people always say at the beginning of every panel in conferences, but I'm sitting here with superheroes, or like action heroes. I know the Reverend Father is doing very much in Nigeria for the Christians and for anyone who is suffering need. And I also know Dr. Nakin Nicholas for a long time, and I think that many movies could be made from his life in his noble mission to serve and protect the vulnerable. But I will get to the answer. I will put aside my political instinct and actually answer what I have been asked about, and it's about if I understand the direct approach and the efficiency of the Hungary Helps program. And I hope that whoever knows about our program and what our results have been so far in the last 8 years would agree that maybe it's not the biggest aid program or most elaborate development program in the world, and we are not definitely not the most resourceful aid program, Hungary being a 10 million mid-sized European country, but many would agree that it is efficient. We actually get there where we want to get and support these communities and change the stories of these communities where we are able to go. And before this panel at lunchtime, I was already discussing this with my fellow panelists, and I explained to them that I don't know if we at Hungary Helps are doing something strange or everyone else does, but in some sense, our common sense approach of being direct with our aid is pretty standalone if we look at the multilateral and multinational development organizations, so even the governmental programs of greater and bigger and wealthier donor countries. Whenever I go to a Western capital and I explain how we work, how is the selection of the projects, I'm expected to give some sort of sophisticated answer, but then I'm being very close and personal, and I explain to them that let's say that there is a persecuted Christian community in Nigeria or Syria, or there is a very severe development need in Pakistan or Lebanon. We go there, we meet with the communities, we immerse ourselves in the communities, and we ask how we may help. And then they answer us. And here comes a very strange, innovative way, then we support that. Okay? And the other thing that turns out it is quite standalone, that we actually support that community. And most of the bigger donor governments, international aid programs, cannot do that. They are tied their own hands with the regulation that they have to include a middleman agency, a big UN program. No disrespect. We have to we have to greatly appreciate the generosity of these programs and the great results, but they must go through a middleman agency. We choose differently. In our case, to put it very simple, and well, some would say it's provocative, but this is just how we work. The aid goes straight from the Hungarian people, from the Hungarian state treasury, to the bank account of the Chaldean Catholic Archbishop in Iraq, or to the Lutheran diocese in Nigeria. Simple as that. What do you need for that? I mean, in able to do that, you have to have the sense of sovereignty, like we Hungarians do, especially in the Hungarian government. And also, you have to walk the extra mile. You have to go there and you have to meet the recipient local organization. Not only because this is the best way to understand the real need with the highest priority, but also because we are not naive. We know that our beneficiaries we have to carefully select. We have to make sure that they are capable of implementing the program. They have to have all the protocols necessary to guarantee that the funds will be used. But I understand that for a big donor government's big program, they don't have the commitment or the human capacity to actually go there. It is much more comfortable just to hand over the funds to the big UN programs, or like international networks of INGOs and NGOs. It is much more comfortable, and they also take the responsibility for the project implementation. And there is also the issue with the funds. Some of these UN programs, and I don't mean to harshly criticize the UN programs, once again, they deserve all the respect and appreciation for what have been they doing since the Second World War, saving countless lives. But some of these UN programs, if are implementing a project for government, for example, the administration cost, the overhead cost, can take up to 30% or even more, 35%. We Hungarians simply don't have that kind of money. Okay? For our donation, we want for the donation for the full sum to arrive to the people. While I mentioned that for many UN programs, the overhead cost or the project management cost is 30%, for the Hungary Helps Agency, the Hungarian state's implementing unit, the overhead cost is less than 4%. We want to take the Hungarian people's money to those communities. And also another issue, and then I will pass back the floor, why we don't work with the INGOs as middleman agencies and the multilateral programs, is that we have a very specific aim with Hungary Helps. By now, the Hungary Helps is a comprehensive aid program. We work with victims of natural disasters. We work with vulnerable communities who are not necessarily vulnerable because of their faith. But the whole driving force of starting this program, and still up to date, our most unique national priority is to support the persecuted Christian and other religious minorities who are suffering in conflict zones, who are suffering because of persecution. And something that our peers have been reporting to us, that if you basically hand over funds to a big international NGO or UN program, there will be someone in the chain of commands who will become too so-called politically correct to follow the task of actually getting straight to a well-defined minority community who has been suffering humanitarian need because of their faith or ethnic affiliation. So if you go through the politically correct big international structures, basically you have very low chance to actually get the aid to the intended recipient. And this is something, while the current mainstream development policy will not work, because in the 2000s there has been a shift in paradigm, and instead of the initial classic humanitarian and development aid type of activity, they are basically pushing some Western social norms, even globalist ideology, using aid and development partnership as a tool to push these agendas, and they are controlling the funds. So basically what's happening, that these multilateral organizations and the INGO and the NGO networks, they take away the sovereignty of the donor. And this is something that we want to avoid, and we find these extremely innovative and strange ways of actually directly providing support to the communities we want to support.
Thank you. The other two participants, do you have an opinion on this topic? What happens when we cut out the NGOs?
Yes, thank you for having me. I come from Nigeria. I flew from Nigeria yesterday, and I'm in Budapest for the first time. Lovely country. Thank you, the Danube Institute, for giving me this opportunity. Well, first, coming here this morning, I felt this is a space. I felt this is a platform where we can tell our stories. And you can be sure that someone is not just listening, but someone will think about it. Now, that makes a difference, because there are some things that possibly I will say here that I dare not say back home. It's a space that I'm very comfortable with, and I hope I am among friends, fellow humanitarians. So thank you. I align my thought with what the State Secretary has said in terms of the efficiency of the bilateral approach of Hungry Helps. Now, first and foremost, why is it important to think of the bilateral approach or model? This is because it's considered to be bypassing the aid industrial complex. And now, what do I mean by the aid industrial complex? That would mean, first, you need to understand the problem. And the first problem here is the issue of lack of trust. Lack of trust for the local NGOs, lack of trust for national NGOs, whom in many times are seen as not having the capacity. Now, as you rightly said, why don't they have the capacity? Or is it because you just have to go through an intermediary? I'll give you an example. There was a call for proposal sometimes last month, and I think it's expiring by the 6th of March from the Dutch government. And then you need to get an intermediary before you can access, before you can apply. We haven't got that capacity. We haven't got that capacity. And not just us. I'm sure many other local NGOs or national NGOs cannot access the funds. So there are a lot of bottlenecks that make it very impossible for well-meaning NGOs to operate within their confines. And in most cases, I love the idea of consortium. I love the idea of localization. But how meaningful, how much do we really intend or mean localization? Is it localization as it suits us for an interest, or is real localization? So with the Hungry Helps approach, a lot of things have been bypassed. Because, as you rightly said, the issue of overhead cost, the administrative cost. Well, I find your 30% a bit mising. I would put it at 40%. Yeah, I put it at 30% based from our own understanding in the Nigerian NGO Civil Society Forum. It's at 40%. Now, think about 40%. For example, WFP has an office in Nigeria. UNHCR has an office in Nigeria. USAID until now had an office in Nigeria. And think of the cost of maintaining this. It's quite a lot. Caritas Nigeria, for example, if you are implementing with a partner, we ask for a minimum of 7%. And that you don't get. But at the moment, we run projects where we have only 2%. Because the interest for us, the focus, is how to impact in the life of the people. It's not about what we get from it. How do you impact in the life of the vulnerable people, the ordinary people that needs the help? So, for me, the interest is the people first. Whatever intervention we want to do should be people-centered, not business-centered. It's the person that matters. And with that, it is easy to reach out. And I love the approach of community-based approach that you mentioned, because sometimes we sit down as the big boss. In Africa, we call it the Oga. Okay. We sit down there, you are the big Oga, you can decide. So you're no longer a partner, because partnership means mutual understanding, if I'm right. Okay? Mutual cooperation. That is what partnership is, because you have something to bring to the table, I have something to bring to the table. A bishop from Germany visited us in the Catholic Secretariat last year in Nigeria. And he was overwhelmed seeing the large number of congregation in the church. And he said, you have the people, but you don't have the money. We in Germany, we have the money, we don't have the people. And that was very instructive. And he said, he wants to see how his diocese will begin to partner, to collaborate with the Catholic Church in Nigeria. Now, probably it's time to move from the paradigm of using the word partnership to collaboration. And I love the Catholic Church. Sometimes last year, the synod of synodality, where we spoke about communion, we spoke about partnership, we spoke about collaboration. If we are in the same industry, then collaboration means you look at the person at that level, get to understand his or her needs before you can implement. We've seen people where by situations, people think, oh, let me just go and, looking at you, okay, you need a car. Or looking at you, you need a borehole, you need water. But probably that is not what the person needs. What does it take? Just a simple rapid assessment of needs assessment to see what exactly is required. But in most instances, no, we sit up there, we feel, I know what they want. So I appreciate that effort, that approach, whereby when it is from the people, you can be sure of impact, you can be sure of success, than coming from you directly. One more other point. I mentioned about capacity building. If the local NGOs or the national NGOs, you can't trust them because they lack capacity. What should you do? Build their capacity. Train them. Make them to be more effective. Because in the long run, the results you desire, you will get it more because they are within the people. They are staying in the communities. They understand the problem. So it's just a little brush up to bring them up to birth, to the reality. And with that, you can be sure. So direct impact and respect for sovereignty is also an important thing for the recipient. For any project to be meaningful, how does it impact on the life of the person? How does it impact in their own setting? As I did say, I started by saying I'm from Nigeria. Why did I say from Nigeria? Well, I thought there would be a map. Don't worry. I'm sure you've seen. Oh, lovely. Thank you. Great, great. Now, I don't know which one to use here. This? Okay. Lovely. Yeah, no, this is it. Okay. So, now, this is Nigeria, but given the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria, because Nigeria is divided into 6 political zones. Now, this is the North Central. This is the Northwest. This is the Northeast. This green is South-South. This is Southeast. And this is Southwest. Of course, you can divide Nigeria into North and South, basically. And I think every country is like that. I love London, for example. Just the bridge, River Thames, separating North and South London. I don't know about Hungary, what separates North. But I love the 2 names, Buddha and Pest. Thank you. So, what you have on this map is areas where Caritas is currently doing interventions. And as you can see, we are in the North Central, in the Northeast, the Southeast, South-South, and the Southwest, where we implement programs. Here in the Southeast, we implement the health programs, which is largely funded by CDC, Center for Disease Control of the US. And then here we have the development programs in terms of protection and migration. Because across this side is the Cameroon, and we have a lot of refugees who have moved from Cameroon and they are in Nigeria. And they need protection. They have to migrate. Why do they have to migrate? That's another question. Hopefully I will answer that at a point. Then this is the Northeast, where Boko Haram and the insurgency started, especially areas of Maiduguri, Borno State, and then, of course, Adamawa State, and, of course, Damaturu, Yobe State. These are all areas of the insurgency. But that has flown up to the Northwest. But attention of humanitarian actors has concentrated largely on the Northeast. And the Northwest is being left out. Sadly, somebody that sent me this map made a mistake. This is Kaduna State, where I come from. And Kaduna State, politically, should be North Central, but it's Northwest. For whatever reason, government agenda. I cannot explain that. So, just to show, but we have worked in other places over the past 15 years. We've worked in other places. So, thank you so much for the map. Thank you. So, development work from the grassroots is just the point I'm making. And that development work should center on the individual. And this is what I see Hungry Helps doing. And it's something I will encourage. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Nicholas, do you have something to add to this?
I will be brief, given our August contributors, so I'll give them the most time. But I'll share a few stories, 2 relevant stories to this, and make a few observations about where this fits into where the U.S. is moving, perhaps, and where larger geopolitical or political movements in the world. So, firstly, not long ago, I was speaking with someone from the Department of State, actually, who organized the trip in December, where he was there in December, where Father and I were both at the same place in Abuja, and this delegation was coming from the United States, including members of the Department of State. So one of the fellows in there, very sympathetic to the idea of helping Christian communities in Nigeria, told me about the opportunity to have access to faith-based programming with the U.S. government. Oh, sounds great, right? He said, well, it's going to take a while because you're going to need to hire about 5 full-time staff to do the paperwork. So work on, building up the full-time staff to do the paperwork so you can have access to this $15 million or $20 million. So, this is something extremely sympathetic to everything that Father is trying to do, what Hungry Helps is trying to do in Nigeria. But the process is such that it is extremely onerous, right? So that's one thing I just wanted to highlight that I've seen time and again. Another, Daniel and I, when we went to Nigeria and in June, July, and where we also met with Father, was, we went to Benue State, where there had recently been horrific attacks, and we went to some of the IDP camps, or internally displaced persons, and we saw stickers of UN, USAID, all over the place, okay? Just stickers. And then we said, well, have you ever seen anyone from these agencies? And they said, no, never. Like, and they had, stickers from the French government. Has anyone from the French embassy ever been here? No. So, this is an issue where there's not a lot of, these organizations are implementing projects, but there's certainly not a lot of accountability from the global level filtering down to the local level, which is mostly administered by local NGOs. Okay. So one thing I would like to bring up here is an article recently written. It was published last week in Foreign Affairs by a friend of mine, the author of the 2018 National Security Strategy for the United States, Nadia Shadlow. This article is called The Globalist Delusion. And in this article, she argues that we're moving, even the United States, so this is coming from Foreign Affairs, right, is moving from a commitment to globalist or world or whatever you want to call it, multilateral organizations, to more of a solid state. So that is solid national state is where we need to go to be successful in the future. So this is where the direction is moving for the United States. And I believe in some places of Europe it's moving the same and across the world, all right? So in that solid, she actually mentions quite a few development projects and how these have evolved over the years. And to quote her, she says, devotion to process often replaced attention to outcomes. And this is something that, the first story I mentioned, there's a process. You have to go through the process, get the paperwork, get the full-time staff in order to access the $15, $20 million. No one ever asks, hey, what can we do to get rid of all of it? Well, they do ask, but the process is so embedded that it's almost impossible to get rid of it, right? So this is something, fortunately, Hungary is relatively new to this bilateral aid. It hasn't been around since the 19th. Although Daniel has mentioned it has been doing this for a while, but Hungary Helps is a relatively new organization, and I think building that bureaucracy is essential to its future success. So I hope that will remain the case. Now, even the United States has come to see that bilateral aid has been more successful, if they're being honest about it. So PEPFAR, which is the president's, it was a 2003 initiative by, maybe you've had some experience with PEPFAR. This is, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it is generally considered to be a fair, successful program throughout Africa at preventing AIDS or the spread of AIDS. Now, this was not strictly speaking, well, it was a U.S. governmental program that is generally speaking managed on a more bilateral way to the extent that the United States can do that. And that has been considered to be quite a successful program. Even the Obama administration with its global health agenda also moved in that direction that was more bilateral than multilateral or multinational in its approach. So, if the Obama administration is doing that, or at least considering that as a valid approach, you can certainly understand that this is the direction where this is more effective, right? And, I would just add that a bilateral approach, ultimately, you have to justify you're spending taxpayer money and for what purpose. Now, I don't want to step in domestic politics or anything here in Hungary, but I'm sure that Hungary Helps has to justify to taxpayers what it's doing and why this is important, right? And this is something that, and how it helps or how it fits the vision of Hungarian taxpayers, right? This is something that until recently the United States has, in my experience, this was never part of the agenda, and I'm not sure when you're talking about other aid agencies throughout the world that they're terribly worried about what their taxpayer thinks about what they're doing with all that money. So I think a bilateral approach can help us to frame things in a realistic way. Here we are. Father represents, to use Augustinian terms, city of God, right? City of God is one thing and uses a certain language. There's also a city of men that uses different language, and always aid from the city of men has strings attached. And that's just the reality of it. But if we're doing that in a bilateral way, we can be clear about what those strings are, and everyone knows. And I think, and it's also, we're going to have to justify why we're doing this to taxpayers. And I think that is a fundamental difference of the two approaches. And I think it's aligning, this bilateral approach is aligning with the broader currents, where the United States is moving and where other great powers are moving.
Thank you. Do any of you want to reflect to the comments of the others? Or we can move on. Yeah. So talk about what happens next. We talked a lot about the beautiful country of Nigeria and Africa in general. And so I would like to ask in a more area-specific approach that what do you think is the next step for aid programs or Hungary Helps or the US in the development of Nigeria or Africa in general, just to take, as a more focused case study to not be lost in, the global aid industry in general. So any of you, or say Secretary?
Well, what is the future, basically, you ask? And I don't know, I cannot predict the future, but I can certainly talk about our hope concerning development policy worldwide. And maybe I can also share some of our hopes concerning Nigeria, although the Reverend Father would be a much more direct and credible source than myself. Concerning development policy, and I think that is very concretely relevant to the main theme and topic of today's conference, we would like to see a paradigm shift in development policy in a direction that we also follow or try to use it as a methodology, but to a direction that had been described as post-development. It was not so long ago, a few days ago, when I learned that we didn't invent this concept. There was an anthropologist called Stuart Hall who came up with the concept of post-development policy, recognizing how it went sideways in the 2000s, how direct, local demand-driven development and aid policy shifted to something else, shifted something that reflects only the values and the interests of the donor organization, which is not sustainable, which is in some way disrespectful and condescending, because connects social norms on a community as a pre-requirement of any sort of development cooperation. And this concept of post-development policy that we would like to see to become the mainstream is built on something that can be called as an immersive engagement, so that development policy is not designed from the Western capitals or the headquarters of the international organizations, but based on people-to-people connection and for the donors to be actually going to the communities, not as data collectors, not as analysts, but with the commitment to be immersed in that community, to not only to get a description or report an analysis of what is the need, but in some way to even live the everyday life of that community for a few days. It might sound romanticized. It might sound like some sort of missionary work. It's not. But it's happening, and this is something that we actually been doing with the Hungary Helps program. And then, and only then, in that case, we can be sure that we actually do answer the local need. It is demand-driven. It is not dispersed, but decentralized. And this is the only way to work directly with great efficiency and effect. And concerning Nigeria, maybe I can get to that a little bit later, but I'm very proud to report to you that 3 weeks ago we have signed a memorandum of understanding with the US State Department that from now on the Hungarian government, the Hungary Helps program, and the US administration will work together to support religious freedom, peaceful coexistence, persecuted Christians, using the tools of humanitarian development aid and the partnership in Africa and in the Middle East, with lots of emphasis and mentions on Nigeria. So what would I like to see in the future concerning Nigeria and other countries of concerns as well is that we form these international coalitions, not only of churches and charities, but also governments. We need the governments as players where we have complementing capacities that we all align for this cause. For Hungary, we don't have that sort of diplomatic leverage to have any effect on the, protection of human rights and religious freedom in a certain country. What we are good at, our strength, is that we are small, but we are flexible and direct. I mean, even when beginning of this year, we have received an emergency call from a small village in the eastern part of the DRC, in Kivu region, that 70 Christians had been beheaded and massacred in a church there. I'm not saying that we have changed the situation there, but 24 hours after this emergency is called the next day, the Hungarian emergency relief was started to be transferred to that community to support those families who had lost their bread earners and those who had faced existential threat because they have lost their loved ones who were farming and making ends meet. So we have this capacity and flexibility to be fast and direct, and even in a very Hungarian way, being very creative on finding the ways. But if we build in a coalition, imagine if the US government really commits to this cause with all their diplomatic might, their security might, all their power, and we can align. We would like to invite other like-minded European governments, like the government of Italy, Austria, and Cyprus, we have already mentioned. So I hope that we can form a coalition to be partners for the Christians and the others who are suffering in Nigeria. But here the emphasis on partners. We don't want to commit the same mistake what USAID did during the Biden years. We don't want to be smarter than the Christians of Nigeria. We want to partner with them so they can create their own future as sustainable communities.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, talking about the next step for Hungary Helps. Well, the good thing is that, largely here probably we are Christians, and maybe we are also Catholics. So when I was baptized, there's a priest there to correct me. When I was baptized, each of us baptized, we are given 3 mandates to go out, act as a priest, act as a prophet, and act as a king. You are a priest, you're a prophet, you're a king. So now you're asking me to be a bit prophetic. Okay, prophetic for Hungary Helps. Yeah, I think, having said that, when I was invited to this conference, I had a challenge of whether or not I'll be permitted to come. Reason because as we speak, the Bishops' Conference of Nigeria are having their first plenary, and shortly after this, they are having their admina visit to the Pope from Friday. So the conference finishes tomorrow on Thursday morning, and some of the bishops will be traveling. Now, what makes it very strategic is the fact that in this meeting there will be elections to leadership of the Bishops' Conference. There will be new president, and even my Caritas will have a new president of Caritas Nigeria. But when I told the bishop of the conference, he said, Peter, you need to go. It's an opportunity for you to share the reality about Nigeria. Let me resound again. Nigeria is one place that is difficult to live and practice your faith. It's a very complex nation with over 250 million people. The most populous black nation in the globe with over 350 languages. Now, don't ask me how God understands this language, because we all can pray in our various languages and God understands. That is to tell us how we are from one world. Now, I was having an engagement last week and someone mentioned about the mosquitoes. I don't know, some of us may not be familiar with mosquitoes, but my brother from Egypt will understand mosquito. So, and those of you who have come to Africa, you end up going back with malaria, right? So they are all caused by mosquitoes. And someone said, the mosquitoes, you find them in the mosque, you find them in the church. You also find them in the shrine. So there is no Catholic or Christian mosquito, and there is no Muslim mosquito. Now, as I said earlier in my intervention, everything we want to do and we have to do should be people-centered. The interest of the people comes first. And I see that so much. And I want to just say, let's keep that more and do it more. From that local base is important. Direct delivery is what we are saying in terms of to the beneficiaries. And then I'm glad you've mentioned this point from Hungry Helps. The need to expand beyond just Christian persecuted. To expand. Because, why did I say so? Nigeria is a bit complex. For example, the MOU that was signed, 10% to go to faith-based organization. The Muslims raise an eyebrow. Why does it have to be Christian mission? It should have been just straightforward, maybe Muslims and Christians. But you said 10%, my American brother, 10% to Christian. And a lot of Muslims. This is causing a lot of confusion in the country. So sometimes again, the language we use can either help development or it can impair development. Because Nigeria is such a sensitive country. Yet in our constitution, we say Nigeria is a secular state with no preference to religion, but it depends on who is in power. In the constitution, there is no mention of any Christian law, but there is mention of Sharia law more than 20 times in the constitution. Yes. Nigeria is a member of the OIC, Organization of Islamic Conference. Paying its dues always, and yet Nigeria is a secular country. And we did a study last year in Caritas. I'm still developing it. And I shared it with you. The fact of persecution in Nigeria. We have a number of priests, Catholic churches that have been demolished, destroyed. The bishop you went to in Makurdi, we tell you of about 19 parishes, 20 parishes, the same story in the northeast, where they've been closed down. So it's important that we expand our intervention beyond just the Catholic Church or the Christian group to any vulnerable group, any oppressed group or persecuted group. And as I said, the life of one human being is important. And that life could be a Muslim, that life could be a Christian, that life could be a traditionalist. The most important thing is that that life is a human being. The dignity of the human person, as we are taught by the Catholic social teaching. And that is why Pope Paul VI, in his encyclical, Populorum Progressio, he speaks about integral development of the human person. In other words, not just developing an arm of it, economic development or any other, but it should be holistic. Both the spiritual and the temporal. These to be taken care of. So, yeah, it's important that Hungary helps look at this to go beyond. And then the areas of education and health. Nigeria is largely from the south well educated, but the north, as we'll have experienced in Ghana, the north of Nigeria is over 60% illiterate. No education. And it's purposely done. Don't educate them, because to educate them means you're arming them to stand for their right. So leave them the way they are. And there is this saying in Hausa, it's a destiny. That is the way God has made them to be. God has created some people to be poor. God has created some people to be servants, to serve the rich. And God has made some people to be rich. In the Catholic Church, there is nothing like predestination. We believe in equality. We are all equal before God. That what we achieve today is accidental. So we are able to go into education to see how we can empower people, make them become more literate, to study. And then, of course, the health services. And then the fraternal cooperation between the US and Hungary, for me, is a development. It's a welcome development, because it's the right way to go. And especially that we are talking about collaboration. If the whole world, we can come together, I think it will go a long way. I mean, some years ago, our musicians, our artists, sang the song, "We Are the World." Michael Jackson, Kenny Rogers, all come together. We are the world. It is our world. And it better we work together to make it a better world.
How do I follow that? Well, thank you for the, once again, I'll transfer from the city of God to the less, let's say, charitable city of man. And, one thing I'd like to emphasize that Father mentioned, and I think personally is a way to go forward, or something that we should explore, are partners in the Gulf and elsewhere who are also interested in Nigeria and who want to help with the education of Muslim communities. And I know that people in the Emirates or even the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would be interested in helping in some of these efforts and could potentially partner in some of these arrangements that are coming together right now. Because it is true, we've been up in the north, I think, so I've been there a few times. Daniel's been up there pretty much everywhere. You've done a lot of work there, Father, and it is true, the level of poverty, and it's done explicitly. It's done to keep these people down. And there are many partners in the Muslim world, I think, who would be shocked at what is done there in the name of their religion and who would want to help. And so that's, I think, should be part of these discussions when we're thinking what could be done in Nigeria. And now, going back to something the State Secretary said, it's very important as we're moving toward, you asked what is the future, where do we go? We talked this morning, there's a lot of discussion of NGOs, and I will say something a little bit, I'll try to be as nice as I can, but states have budgets, all right? States have taxpayers, people will always pay taxes, and states will always have budgets and the means to extract taxation and to use it for certain purposes. NGOs do not have that. I don't want to use the word beggar, but whatever you want to say, NGOs are beholden to interests, and they answer to those interests, and they do not have taxpayers. All right. So we see this time and again. States have the ability to intervene, especially in a bilateral way, or if it's a more solid state like Hungary is, they have the means to intervene more effectively than any number of NGOs who are going to get lost in interests that they cannot control, and nor do they have the power to control. So I think what are some ways we can talk about going forward now practically? Burden sharing is certainly one of them. So one thing we can emphasize from our trip and our trips and that we've seen in Nigeria, the U.S. government wants burden sharing in these problems, absolutely. Now, does it know how to do it? Does it know how to share the burden? That's a different question. But so maybe we can have those discussions and help them along. But it definitely wants to share the burden. Now, something we've seen in Nigeria, for instance, just looking at this, let's compare the Hungarian embassy versus the U.S. embassy. All right. Hungarian embassy is a very nice place, but it's relatively modest and relatively small staff that is not worried about necessarily it's not spending all day worrying about great power competition, counterterrorism. It doesn't have a staff of 20, 50 drivers. It's something more modest in size, which allows for some of the flexibility that the State Secretary was talking about. Their employees can go drive and visit a site. They can focus on humanitarian intervention and other things. That's never going to happen in the U.S. Embassy complex. Or if it does, it's going to be caught up in a bureaucracy that, as we've talked about before, has become overwhelming even for people within the system. So we can work on getting there, but it is a long road. I think someone said in a prayer, a long and winding road to get to the point where we can be a little bit more efficient on the DOS side of things. Hungary is already there, so it makes more sense from my point of view for the U.S. government to partner and to build burden-sharing arrangements when it comes to humanitarian intervention. Now, another way we can move forward is something like the recent agreement that the U.S. government has with Kenya. So in December 2025, there's an agreement, I forget the exact, I think it's 16 December or something like that. There was an agreement with Kenya that the U.S. government will provide, I think the figure was 1.6 billion over X number of years, 5 years. In exchange, over that 5-year period, and this is for healthcare support, over those 5 years, the Kenyan government would gradually meet the benchmark of 800 million committed to healthcare each year. But by the end of that 5 year, we'll have committed 800 million to healthcare. So that is, first of all, providing help in that domain, but also pushing national governments to move in the direction of taking over that responsibility. And that's something a lot of our partners, and when we were interviewing people in Benue State or elsewhere, were saying that, even though taking away, and we write about this in the report, even though the abrupt and often cruel-seeming stripping away of USAID was hard to handle, it was a wake-up call, and it may in the end be a good thing because it's going to force our governments to take responsibility for things that they were just giving. Why bother if the U.S. government's going to come in and do or at least pretend that they're doing something, and that money can go somewhere else, right? Another area where I think in the future, just to add about burden sharing, and for instance, the U.S. right now, we have a big problem in the Sahel. I think you mentioned this a little bit, Father. And this terrorism, it's a hotbed of international terrorism. These governments are on the brink, if not at whatever beyond on the brink is. And often they're only controlling the capital territory. So the U.S. government right now, because of our own laws, which we're working on that, but because of some of our own laws, are unable to intervene effectively in those countries right now. We have sanctioned them because they were not good democracies. We don't do that with important good, anyway. There's some countries we will not sanction if they have coups d'etats, but when it comes to Sahel, we will because for various reasons. So at this point, I think Hungary helps in other part of burden sharing can help us in some of these countries as well, where our current system is not allowing us to intervene, but some of our partners can help with burden sharing there. So I think that's just several ways. There are many more ways we can go about this, but burden sharing is definitely a way for the future, in my point of view. And then, one thing I did want to emphasize is that the Hungarian government, we need to fit, I think it does a great job, and we can learn from this, is that you have to tie, in my opinion, this is a little bit less, maybe perhaps a little bit crasser sounding than what was said before, but I think we have to tie humanitarian aid to national interest in a very clear way, especially in the United States context. So Hungary Helps, as we mentioned several times in the report, has a triple mandate: to protect Christian communities, to publicize the persecution of Christian communities, and then also to prevent migration by means of some of its intervention. Okay, I think those are very clear messages, and that's a clear mandate. Our organizations need to have the same kind of mandate. Like, what are we delivering for the American people, or for whatever country, by means of these projects? All right. So we have to tie this. It can be financial interest, it could be economic opportunity, it can be counterterrorism, it can be other great power competition, but we must be justifying our national aid projects in terms of national interest for them to be sustainable in the long run. This is my opinion. And that is not excluding some of the things Father mentioned or the State Secretary, but I think this is the way of the future if it's going to be sustainable in the long run.
Thank you. I would like to take on maybe for the last question on the note of the mandate of Hungary Helps and the problem of migration. of course, generally it is helping to alleviate migration, because if people have better living standards and better security environment, they will be less prone to fleeing their own community, their own country. But are there any specific programs that really, on a macro or micro level, help people to remain in place, remain in their community or generally in their state, and can be done on scale? So can be done on a micro level, and also maybe on the level of the next USAID which won't be USAID.
Well, I think that it is crucial that the donor is clear about its interests and intentions. We are clear about those. For example, since I think USAID had been already mentioned quite a few times during this conference, most of the criticism from the recipient countries that USAID was not clear about its intentions. There has been some political intrusions, but also, as I talked to some partners in Uganda, when during the previous democratic administrations in the US, USAID connected development aid and partnership to a legislative requirement of, for example, legalizing gay marriage in Uganda. That sends very strange and even offensive message. And it is not clear that what is the interest of the donor government if they impose such preconditions that are very strange from the cultural and value set of the recipient country. Once again, this is something we learn from others' mistakes. We are clear about what we do. First of all, we answer the call of moral obligation to support Christians, but also to support those people of other faiths who suffer along Christians. Only supporting Christians would not be Christian at all. Although we are very explicit about Christian persecution, because by the numbers, Christianity is the most persecuted religious group in the world. There are 388 million people, according to Open Doors, who suffer discrimination or persecution because of their Christian faith. And this fact, this human rights and humanitarian crisis, had not been addressed at all in Western fora and by other international organizations a few years ago. So it was important to talk about it. So this is where we come from. As a Christian nation, we have this moral obligation to support the persecuted Christians. But this is not about necessarily Christian identity or like ideological, indoctrination. It is basic humanitarian obligation. If they are the most persecuted, the world should provide aid such as that, instead of the constant denial and indifference that the international donor community was characterized towards a Christian. But we are not a charity organization. We are a program of the Hungarian government. I'm leading one of the Hungarian governmental departments, state secretariats. So our number one obligation is also represent the interest of the Hungarian people. And especially during these campaign weeks that we have now, we often receive this criticism that why do we take the money of the Hungarian people to countries far away when there are still development needs, social development needs in Hungary. So for that, we demonstrate that it is beyond humanity and Christian solidarity, it is also the Hungarian interest that in regions like Sub-Saharan Africa or the Sahel or the Middle East, the countries are stable, people live there peacefully, and people find a future there in their homeland. The way someone put it, Hungary Helps is the program of the sensible heart, but also the Hungarian common sense. Illegal mass migration is illegal mass migration is threatening and harmful for all the parties involved. The source countries like Nigeria, they lose their greatest asset, their youth. And it is not the poorest people who migrate, it's usually the middle class who migrate. They lose that, the Middle East and Syria is losing that generation that can rebuild Syria. Those countries, in the way they experience this migration flow, the migrants themselves, based on false expectations and lies, they are attracted to a very dangerous journey that usually ends up in disappointment in the receiving countries. And what we see in the receiving countries, if we go a little bit west from Hungary, we see all the social tensions, the issues of integration or the lack of integration. We even see the security issues. It is not the right thing to do. So even though we understand those somewhat idealistic and naive humanitarians who has this false vision of that the people who are suffering in a conflict or underdeveloped countries should be taken to better places, but we think that this is a highway to hell, which is paved with good intention. Instead, our idea is that it is for the benefit of everyone that we partner with these communities so they can build for themselves conditions where they can have a prosperous and free life in their homelands. From one side, from the Hungarian taxpayer side, there has been an estimate that in order to integrate or build a home for a migrant family in Hungary, it requires housing for a few years. Not building housing for a few years requires 9 million Hungarian forints, so I don't know, let's say $3,000. Now, we made an estimation that from that amount, we have reconstructed 5 homes in Syria, and we have reconstructed 8 homes in north of Nigeria. So even if you take away all the humanitarian cause, all the Christian solidarity, by fighting migration in the most human way possible, you save money for the Hungarian taxpayers. One example takes me to Onitsha, which is in central Nigeria. We support healthcare facilities in Nigeria, and we receive criticism from that in Hungary, that how come we don't support Hungarian hospitals? They need that sort of money. And then last May, I visited Onitsha, and we inaugurated the building of a nurse school. And we entered Onitsha, and we went to the inauguration site. We were greeted by 400 nurse students. 400 nurse students who are coming from the slums, who would have no chance in life, yet they are studying to be nurses. Each year or grade will have 400 nurses. First of all, they will make a living for themselves and for their families, and by the way, they will also heal people, sometimes IDPs of Christian persecution in the north. This shows that by providing this fund to an institution, and that fund could have been used also in Hungary, the indirect effect can not only be the well-being of tens of thousands of Nigerian families, but also that they remain in their homeland. And then that's the idea. This is where the heart and the common sense comes together in our program.
Right. Thank you very much. The first time I went to Kenya, Nairobi, at the Uhuru Center Square, nearby, there is a village. The first thing, the point I'm making is, I didn't believe that this exists in Nairobi. You see in Nairobi where a little relative development, and then just move a mile away, you see in Nairobi that is different. I went to Zambia, I found the same thing. After Lusaka, what do you find? And why am I saying this? Because I thought it was just my country, Nigeria. You come to Abuja, move away, you find a scenario. You've been there. Sometimes you don't know you are sick. Or, well, you feel you are sick. But wait until you go to the hospital. Then you see those who really are sick. And then you understand your sickness is nothing compared to others. And I say this because the Hungarian people, we want to thank them. And they are right in saying, why do you go there when we don't have our hospitals, a few things here. But the Christian charity did not say until when you are fully satisfied before you take care of others. You reach out to others who are also in need. I've traveled the length and breadth of Nigeria. I've seen the level of poverty. I've seen the level of suffering. And Nigerians are suffering. Let me put it clear. Nigeria is a rich nation. Quote me anywhere. Nigeria is rich. 250 million is a lot for a developing nation. We can harness the numbers for positive use. Mineral resources is not just oil. So there is politics in it now. The politics of it. Because the oil is in the south, but there is oil in the north. Nobody is harnessing that yet. There are solid mineral resources, gold, uranium, diamond, and others. Now, this has been discovered in areas where I showed the map, the northwest. Well, this is a bit political to sound politics, but I hope I'm permitted to go out of the discussion. But just to make the context. In the north, we have a lot of solid minerals. The government is not exploring this. Who are those exploring? The Chinese, the Russians. And now Nigeria has become a field where Russia wants to come and be a godfather. China is already there. Turkey wants to come in to believe it has all it takes to make Nigeria great. What makes America a big brother? A powerful nation is to stand as a big brother. I don't have a problem with America standing as a super world country alone. But my problem is you don't relinquish that role that God has given you. Because when you don't carry out that responsibility, someone gets the opportunity to do it. Late of recent, American government has sent some soldiers in Nigeria. Something that could have been done long ago. Of course, I agree with you. Every aid, whether a donor or a beneficiary, there is always an interest. There is always an interest. So, I'm giving this context to make the point of why people migrate. Migration, legal migration, is necessary, could be important. For example, though I'm told I'm not working here for more than 30 days, I was made to sign a document, not working for more than 30 days. But for me to be here, I had to migrate. It's legal migration. For me to leave the hotel to be here is migration. So the question is, why do people migrate? There is the culture of poverty. Nigeria, as I said, is a rich nation, but Nigerians are poor. I don't know if you understand the difference. Nigeria is rich as a country, but Nigerians are poor. It's a big question. I can't answer why. And that beats me. So, I would say Hungary, I would say the United States. It's good to sign the MOUs, but one thing is to put pressure on the government. We have a government that is deceptive, speak with one side of the mouth and act with the other side. It's difficult to trust. It's difficult to trust. So, it's not what is said that is being done. People in Nigeria are being killed. People are being kidnapped. Every Nigerian has been a victim of kidnapping, either directly or indirectly. My only surviving sister-in-law was kidnapped for 4 months last year. Paid the first ransom, paid the second ransom, and then the third before she was released. The poor people are the ones kidnapped. They sell their resources in order to meet the ransom. No means of livelihood. In Benue State, which is the basket of the nation in terms of food production, the farmers till so hard to produce. But what do they get? The foodstuffs are very cheap now, which is good, but it takes a lot for them to cultivate. Someone asked me, Father, why are you involved in development? You are a priest. Go to the pulpit. And I said, my people are the ones suffering. And if my people are suffering, I am also involved. As of today, my studies showed 213 priests kidnapped in Nigeria. 213. 194 released, either with ransom or no ransom. 13 killed. 3 escaped. And 3 are still in captivity. Kaduna, my state, has had the heated worst in terms of number of priests killed from the southern part. This is just for priests. Not to talk of the lay people, not to talk of the non-Christians, not to talk of the destruction of livelihoods, means. So why do people migrate? Because of all these settings. They're looking for a better life. And in the process, they die in the Mediterranean because they want a better life. I was talking with a friend, and he said, someone asked him the best country or the countries to visit. And he said, if country to visit, Africa, the Sahel. Because you'll see the reality of what life offers. And while I agree with him on that, our politicians, our rich people in Africa, once they get holiday, my Egyptian person will tell me, where do they go to? Abroad. They go to Europe, they go to America. The little money we don't have is what they use at government expense. Ask them, do they go on the economy? No. Not even premium. Business class. They and their children. First class. It's the poor that are suffering. To identify with the poor, the Bible says, mourn with those who are mourning, rejoice with those who rejoice. Matthew chapter 25 speaks about, I was poor, you gave me support. That is the truth. So, pressure on our government. It's good to sign the MOU, like the MOU that was signed. Till this moment, it's difficult for us in Nigeria to say which is the original copy. Because there are adulterated copies of the MOU. What you get from some people is not really probably the document you sign. I don't have it as Caritas, head of Caritas, the original copy, because I don't even know which one is the real hard copy. There are different versions. But that is the kind of government we deal with, the people we deal with, that is difficult to trust. How could a farmer spend his time to cultivate? He earns nothing, and then the next farming season, he can't afford to buy fertilizer, or the land has been taken away by bandits. Some persons have to pay for their land. The bandits will say they protect you. You pay them for using your land. The cry is people want to go back to their ancestral homes. People want to go back to where they come from so that to live their life and enjoy what life can offer them. They can't afford to go to the farms. The rainy season is setting in. A lot of farmers from Benue State, Kaduna Plateau, the Northwest, Northeast, are scared of going to the farms because many have been killed. Many have been kidnapped. So, shortage of food is looming in Nigeria the next couple of years. The poverty level will go beyond expectation. So while the government says we are doing everything to put things right, I would say discuss with the government, dialogue with them on one hand, but be careful on the other side. It's difficult to say I trust. Final example I will give. The MOU is meant to talk about 5 billion, for example, and the Nigerian government should put in 2-point-something billion. That is for the health sector, apart from the human project. Putting all these resources in their hands. Or let me just use this example. Okay, we operate the paper project for the past 14 years, funded by CDC. Now, the whole idea is that program is meant to be transitory to hand over to the government. But till this moment, the Nigerian government is not ready. They are not prepared. There are instances we've gone to the government, we want to collaborate with them, and they are interested. The question they ask you is, how much is the money? They are more concerned about the money. And some have told us, for example, during the COVID era, for the vaccine, just give us the money, don't worry. Give us the money, we'll get you the report that you're looking for. So NGOs of credibility cannot access funds, either through the intermediary or through the bilateral process. Because you hand over these funds to government, you will not get it. Like we in Caritas, the latest MOU about the Humanitarian project, we are told the money has been given to UN OCHA, and UN OCHA is asking the Nigeria Humanitarian Fund to handle it. Last year we wrote a proposal. We scored 90%. Only 2 NGOs made 90. And they were supposed to give us the project, but neither Caritas Nigeria or the other NGO got the project. They gave it to an NGO that scored less. Why is it so? Interest. So the young people are leaving. They are migrating. But how do we support them to remain? And this is where I appreciate engaging directly with the local actors and also investing on the source of migration. We can make them stay. If life is better for them, if they see hope, the young people will stay. Nigeria has got a lot of doctors. Go to any part of this world, you'll find a Nigerian doctor. You'll find a Nigerian nurse. But they are happy to leave Nigeria to go out because of the conditions. Now, the Nigerian government is thinking that, we don't have doctors. They want to set up school of medicine to train doctors. What has happened to the doctors we had? So you spend Nigerian money again, train doctors, and then you don't take care of them. It's a huge challenge. I'm sorry for telling all these stories. Thank you.
Well, this will be hard to follow once again, but I can definitely second his observation about business class. I was sitting waiting for a meeting, and several Nigerian officials were complaining about the lousy service of Emirates business class. Just horrible, horrible. Okay, well, right. So anyway, horrible service. Of course, they just couldn't make, they had to go commercial that time. So one issue that I would just bring up here and be very brief is there's something actually brought up one of the last times we spoke with Father in his office in Abuja is the silent persecution that you don't see, and that is also contributing to a lot of this migration. So there's the violence, there are the horrible videos, there are all of these things that have grabbed international attention, but what you do not see is the insidious day-to-day restrictions and limitations on Christians living in the 12 states that have Sharia law, okay? And even in other states as well. So that silent persecution is what enables the violent persecution in the long term. So this is another area where pressure on the government is absolutely necessary. And to second something also Father said is, really don't want to go into another story, but really dignity and hope and giving that to people is all that is required. I mean, we were speaking to Benjamin Kwashi in Jos, and he said, we're not asking for much, but we need dignity and we need hope, and our people will stay. They're not going to go elsewhere because ultimately they know they're never going to be Italian, they're never going to be Hungarian, and they want to be at their home. But if they're forced to leave because of horrible circumstances, I mean, they will do that. All right. So that is something I've seen. And we have to be careful when we're designing and implementing projects that we're not stripping people of their dignity. That is something in my own experience I have seen. I think in our last trip we saw some of those projects that you would say objectively people are losing their dignity by means of these projects or participating in these projects. So we have to be very careful about that. All right, and it's not done with bad intentions, it's just what happens. Now, I really appreciated Father's veering off into the city of men, and I will end on that, with that when we're talking about some minerals and other interests that our governments can have in that sector. And but just a second, migration right now, just to understand, 250, probably more people in Nigeria. Right now, I think 70 to 80% want to immigrate, all right? So do the math. 70-80%. And by the way, Nigeria is projected to be something like 500 million by the middle of the century, something like 700 by the end of the century. So do the math on, let's say 10% of that 70% succeeds in immigrating, all right, somewhere to the Sahel, to Ghana, Benin, to neighboring countries. The potential to destabilize the region and ultimately to affect Europe is enormous. All right, so this is not Gaza. Everyone worries about Gaza so much. This is not Ukraine. These are not immediate problems, but in the long term, I would say this is a far more significant problem and one that we should start focusing. But we have time, a little bit of time, but we need to start now to avoid what's coming. And I agree with Father's assessment that something dire is coming. Could happen next year, but I think we have time. Last, I'll say about minerals and other possibilities. So, what you're seeing right now from the United States. Now you could say it's right or wrong, but because of agreements that were signed, there's a large amount of venture capital and other U.S. assets flowing into the DRC, okay? Nigeria is, in my experience, a much more pleasant place to be and a much more reasonable place to do business, good banking sector to do. Why is U.S. money, why is venture capital not going into Nigeria, right? Partly it's because certain incentive structures have not been provided, and I think that's part of what needs to happen in the discussions about the U.S. and Nigerian partnership. Father's absolutely right to note that the Chinese are dominating the mineral space in Nigeria right now. There's no competition, right? And when it comes to oil, he's absolutely right. There's a lot of oil that's not being explored. Even in the south, there's a lot of oil not being explored because of security reasons. So this is another place where some of our partners can get involved, including the UAE. But I would just emphasize that our economic interests are definitely tied to the future of Nigeria and also our long-term geostrategic interests when it comes to the United States. And in order to achieve those interests, we can't do that alone. We have to share the burden, and we have to work with willing partners like Hungary and other countries, both in Africa, in the Middle East, and maybe there might even be some in Europe, so aside from Hungary. So let's hope. So I'll just close it.
Thank you all for your insights. We may have time for 2 short questions and some answers. So, the gentleman in the front row.
You started to mention a very important problem regarding Africa is the population growth, the demographic explosion, actually. And I remember I read a figure in a book by a French economist named Mikhailov. It was called Africanistan, where he explained that if France had had the same demographic explosion as Côte d'Ivoire, France would be 300 million inhabitants today. Since the 1960s, that's like So you were mentioning that Nigeria is close to having 500 million. Is projected to have eventually 500 million inhabitants. Well, that raises enormous question about what to do to make people stay actually. What I'm seeing, then that gets to your question about sovereignty is. I see also a lot of very unsound agricultural practices that come from things from the north. So how do you, the same thing that transformed the most fertile region in Europe into a basically potential Rust Belt? How do you address that to actually make the African continent a place where people want to stay?
Take that one. Do I have this? You take it first. That is a rather large question, but thank you. I can go to what I can answer that to the extent of my how to make Africa a place where people want to stay. All right. Well, there are many ways one could do this. I would start in the case of Nigeria. We need. I would say again what I just said. We need to encourage more U.S. investment. Not security cooperation is great. Other things are great, but we need real investment into the country right now. And it's, in my opinion, we can be much more successful than we can be in the DRC in prevailing circumstances. And it's much more immediate. I know there are a lot of critical minerals down there, but we don't even know what's in the ground in Nigeria. They're probably there too if we actually just bother to explore. Okay, so getting the same kind of enthusiasm for U.S. risk money right now that's going into the DRC, getting some of that interest in Nigeria, I think, is one step. But that's a big. Another step is building community resilience, right? And that's something that can be done through a variety of means. Right now, I don't want to use provocative language, but you can make the case that Islam is moving south, right? And is potentially displacing. And take the case of Kaduna, which used to be majority Christian. It is no longer majority Christian. I think that was 20 years that happened, all right? So is this deliberate? Is it not? Is there some kind of specter organizing this? These are all questions we can debate. But there needs to be a firewall and a line of community resilience in the Middle Belt where, it's not going south, right? And everyone, to each his own, everyone needs to be respected, but we cannot allow the Christian population to continue to be persecuted and marginalized in this way in Nigeria. So in this respect, the Trump administration is correct to call it out. Right. Now, how we go about that, and we must do that in a way that's respectful to the Muslim population as well. And this is where I think the Catholic Bishops' Conference has been extremely responsible and judicious in its language. The statement that they issued in December, I think, was perfect. We're talking about the violence and what the Nigerian government should do. Look, Africa writ large, I'll be honest, I'm not even an expert on Nigeria, much less the rest of Africa, okay? So I can't answer your question. And I don't even think Father could answer your question, given his expertise. But it's a big one.
Well, absolutely, it's a big question. And but let me just put it this way. Just being modest, I happened by chance to be a British citizen. Now, I became a British citizen. Then 2 years after, I left for Nigeria. And the question is, why are you leaving UK to stay in Nigeria? And who asked me this question? My fellow Nigerians. So, but I've asked a lot of people in diaspora, Nigerians especially, either in the US or in Europe, do they want to come back? They will say yes. But they will say just one thing. There are many factors, but first factor, security. Security. If it's safe, they want to come back home. Now, the first world countries, if you want Nigeria to be safe or Africa to be safe, I believe you know what to do. America can support Africa to be safe. Europe can support Africa to be safe. And what I say about Africa is the same about Nigeria. And it's a lovely place. Believe me, Nigeria is a lovely country, especially if you go to Plateau State. But things are not as they are. So security is number one problem, and it's one reason why people want to go. And then second thing is the data collection is a challenge, whereby I talk about 250 million, and it could be more than that. Because when was the last census held? So we have no statistics of our population, not to think of how government will use that statistic for development. So there's a lot of unemployment for the youth. And what is a young person if you cannot achieve, harness your potentials? You cannot exhibit, you show what God has given you. You have to look for a place. So these are my two reasons. But it's difficult to answer.
That was a single question, but it was really far-reaching one. So I think that's really awesome one to wrap up the conference with. So please, a round of applause for our distinguished speakers.
I completely agree with Nicholas that it's incredibly hard to follow after these very touching stories. But I would like to ask Mr. István Kés, our Executive Director, to deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you, Noemi, and I was actually thinking the same, that this is actually the whole conference was great, but I think this panel was perhaps the most powerful in a sense. To hear a lot from the ground, especially from Nigeria. Thank you for those, because I think it's something we have to think of, because it shows that even if the intentions are pure, even if you have good meaning programs, still there's a lot of difficulties with international aid, which we have to be mindful of. So I don't want to keep you long. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I think we had a very interesting one-day conference on... we started out basically to show you how international aid went wrong in the West, sadly. We gave you an example from America and also partly from Europe. As a Hungarian, it pained me, actually, because I think everybody who knows me knows that I'm a great friend of America. And it really pained me to see that the previous administration was using these tools against a powerful American friend and ally, Hungary. It showed how international aid has become twisted and sometimes sadly used as a political tool against, as I said, a country which is actually an ally. So, of course, as we discussed previously, I'm not naive. I know that sometimes the CIA and others used international aid for political reasons. But I was really surprised to see that in a country which is actually an ally of America, and a country which actually supported American policies across several parts on the globe. Hungary was very much involved in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in the Balkans security sphere. So, on paper, Hungary was actually a pretty good ally of America, and still these programs have been sadly used to foster different political actors in Hungary who were hostile to the current government. I don't think this is how international aid should be used. We talked about that in the first panel and partly in the second panel as well. But we also wanted to emphasize, and that's why it's very good that we had the third panel, that this doesn't mean that international aid in itself is bad. We need international aid. We in Hungary believe that we shouldn't try to import the problems of these regions to Europe. And as was mentioned, I mean, if you want to integrate somebody who comes from these regions, that costs a lot of money. I mean, it's uncomfortable to talk about these issues, but it's not free to integrate somebody who comes from a very different culture. So that money, which is anyhow spent, could be spent on projects which actually help people flourish in their own countries. And I think that's the more Christian way to help. And that's benefiting most these countries and these people as well, because let's be honest, I mean, most people don't want to leave where they have been born. As it was said, people feel attachments to where they were born, to their own culture, to their own civilization. So of course most people would like to stay. I mean, I don't think most people grow up or are born in a way that they would like to leave their own country. Of course, you always have some people, and also, it's good to have programs like the Erasmus program in Europe and also the Stipendium Hungarikum program in Hungary, which gives opportunities to young people to study abroad and, get to know different cultures. That's different. You have programs for that, and those programs, I think, actually are great. But I don't think that most people actually want to leave their country, or even if they go to these programs, they want to go back and benefit their own country. And this is what international aid should be about. And I think the third panel tried to show this. And I think the Hungarian program of Hungary Helps is actually a good program, which, as I said, as we heard, of course, we still have the challenges, but I think the underlying elements of the program and how it's been set up is a much better alternative to sadly how it's been done in America, and also how it's still being done in Europe. So you have to bring help into these countries. As we discussed, I think that's partly in the national interest of the West as well, in Western countries, because you can alleviate some of the pressures of migration. You can help these people to flourish in their own countries. So you can also make the national interest case. And as I said, if people ask that, why are we not actually building hospitals or schooling in your own country? Of course, you should do that as well. But you can make the case that instead of spending a lot of money on integrating migrants, you're actually trying to put that money onto the ground and help them flourish in their own country, which might have benefits because you might have better trade with these countries. You can have economic benefits partly from these investments which you put into these countries in Africa and the Middle East and other places as well. So I think you can make a very strong economic benefit. And also, frankly speaking, in a lot of Western countries now, you pay taxes, and part of your tax money is actually spent on these programs, which, as I said, we read a couple of those, studying menstrual cycles of transgender men and stuff like that. So you're already kind of losing a lot of money on these programs, which don't necessarily have benefits. But also, your government is giving housing support to people who are not actually citizens. I mean, in America, in the UK, you had several programs where non-citizens were getting free housing while American or British citizens are not able to afford housing and are not necessarily getting government support. So instead of supporting these programs, about 10% or 20% of this money can be sent on international aid. And I think that's actually going to be one of our next projects. So I want to do this conference elsewhere as well. I think we have to talk about the mistakes of the past, but we also have to look to the future. And we're very enthusiastic here at the Danube Institute to be in the forefront of talking and thinking about what international aid can be in the future, how we can have a more national interest-based or more conservative answer to international aid. That's something we're passionate about, and we're hoping to do more work actually on the future. We already have the Nigeria paper, but we're hoping to have more on this issue as well. And I'm hoping to do, as I said, not just this kind of looking back to the past, criticizing how things went, but also giving you a positive example, which is going to be partly based, I think, on Hungary Helps. So please stay tuned on that, because I'm hoping to do more events on this. And I think from the audience, this was also something which came up that people are interested in. It's very good when we talk about the past mistakes, but what are actually our goals for the future? How can we make this better? And actually, we want to do more on that as well. I would like to quickly thank our speakers for being here. I would also like to thank Osbey Tristan, the State Secretary responsible for Hungary Helps, for being here, and also for his support for the Danube Institute. He's been a great friend of ours. As I said, we're hoping to do more actually on the future of aid with him as well. I would also like to thank Noemi, who was a very good MC for the event, but also who worked a lot on putting the conference itself together. And Nicolas Naquin, who I see sat back there, who also helped a lot with organizing a conference, and I'm hoping he will do even more for us in the future. So thank you very much, everyone. Hope to see you at another event. Actually, we'll have an event on Thursday. Don't forget that. So I hope to see some of you there as well. Thank you again for everything, and wish you a very nice day.